Please switch off your cell phones.
Yes, State.
Thank you, Your Worship. The state is calling case number F473 of 26, State versus Charlotte Tibana, accused number 1. Accused number 2 is Peter Nonyane. Accused appearing before the Honorable Court, and for the purpose of the record, today is the 24th August 2026, and appearances of the day are as follows. Presiding officer is Mr. Nechi Ozwi. On behalf of the state is Advocate M. Molokwani. Court interpreter is Ms. Sibidiwa. Stenographer Mrs. Maponya. Accused are represented by Mr. H. Maluleke, and this matter is on the roll today for continuation of the formal bail application. With the leave of court, may I kindly approach the bench to end in the charge. Your Worship, prior to the recalling of the state witness, my learned colleague on behalf of the accused informs me he would like to address the Honorable Court.
Thank you.
The court pleases.
This court please, Your Worship.
Just a moment, Mr. Weaver. Yes, you may now continue.
I, for the record, confirm appearing on behalf of both accused persons. I have been instructed to raise these issues before court. The constant late commencement of this matter, which negatively affects these proceedings. On the first appearance, there was a significant delay, which perhaps could be understood to be that the state was still preparing itself and sorting out the annexure to the charge sheet. However, on Friday, we experienced the very same issues. There were challenges regarding absence of court orderlies. The state was gracious enough on... Sorry, Worship, I got distracted. Someone is using their phone. It's making noise.
Yes.
The state was also gracious enough to accept that situation and raise it on Friday. However, I was under the impression that all officers understood that we were in court and we have to respect the time at which the court postponed the matter to. Here we are today, on Monday, the 24th of August. It's 9:57. The matter has not progressed as it ought to, and this again is through no fault from both accused 1 and 2, but ultimately what that does is it takes away hours and hours from their matter. Our humble plea is that a ruling be made that at the very least the court support staff in its entirety takes this matter seriously and ensure that the accused persons are brought before the court and are afforded ample opportunity to ventilate their application and deal with all the issues that are ordinarily dealt with in a bail application. And we are saying this because if this practice continues, what it does, it undermines the administration of justice, because at the end of the day, if 2 hours or 3 hours is lost on court time, that's quite a lot of time, which the accused could have used better in proceeding with their matter. The second issue is that it has to do with the media. In as much as an application was made and granted for the media to be able to publicize this matter, our instructions are that we request that the order be varied to the effect that the media may publicize proceedings during court, however, not during recess or at the time where, for example, prior to court commencing at this moment in time. You may find that there are some issues that are admin related, such as the aspects that we're dealing with regarding court orderlies, regarding the whereabouts of the accused. We are now unable to engage our colleagues because those issues are equally being broadcasted. Secondly, during recess, it happens sometimes that we would like to take instructions from the accused persons, and those kind of conversations are obviously privileged. However, you find that because the order allows broadcasting even in recess, it obviously places a difficulty for us. So our humble plea is that the media may proceed to publicize during court session, not any other time. And those are the only submissions we have.
eti makata ku nandzu lowani loko fane hi sungula hi wona ku tekiwa nkarhi ka hiwa halaya na halaya a ku loko wu ta ro sungula ha swi twisisini mhaka ku a va ha lunghisa milandzu leyi va hehliwaku hi yona va ha yi veketela kahle sweswo a hi vangi na nkingha na swona mara hi wa vutlhanu ku vi ku va na mhaka ya ku yiwa henhla na le hansi ku kha ku laviwa maphorisa ku ri va ta kota ku pfuna ku ri hi kota ku sungula nandzu lowani va ya va ya teka vona va hehliwa le exitokisini na ku va ta la a court naswona swi vi swi hi tekela nkarhi hi vi hi sungula nandzu lowani nkarhi se u fambini se a ku hi ti 24 ta August 2026 ku nga namuntlha loko ma swi languta mi ta vona ku nkarhi hi sungula hi 9:57 sweswo a hi xihoxo xa vahehliwa nakan'we ku teka nkarhi awara to tala ti kha ti famba hi nga endli nchumu sweswo swi endla ku ri swi va swi nga ri kahle eka vahehliwa hi ku nkarhi walowo a hi ta va hi wu tirhisa ku ri hi fanele hi va hi kha hi yingisela nandzu lowuwani a ni kombela ku ri vatirhi va la court va va teka nandzu lowuwani va wu tekela henhla swinene va teka ntirho wa vona va wu tekela henhla a ku xin'wana futhi lexi ni nga ta xi hlamusela i ku a hi na nkingha na vanhu lavawani va va tekela mahungu kambe bona a hi kombela ku ri swi lunghisiwa loko swi ta ka timhaka to teka mahungu va teka mahungu loko huvo yi kha yi va yisa mahlweni loko hi yiminyana swi nga va hi yiminyana hi mhaka ku hi nga va hi ka tea break kumbe hi ka yona lunch naswo sweswo a hi kombela ku ri va nga vi va kha va tekateka swifaniso swa vona kumbe kona ku teka mahungu hi mhaka ku hi tsandzeka no vulavula na vatirhikuloni kumbe no vulavurisana na vahehliwa va hina hi mhaka ku loko hi ha vulavula na vona va busy va tekatela swithombe kumbe yona tona ti-video so a hi kombela ku kwalano huvo yi hi pfuna ku ri va nga ha swi endli.
Thanks for the concerns that were raised, and advocate, I wonder if you have anything that you would like to respond before the court could give a ruling in this regard.
Your Worship, the state's concern of cardinal importance is the issue of late coming of court orderlies. That affects the right to a fair trial of these accused persons. The more time is lost on this bail application, it affects the right to a fair trial. The sooner this application is finalized, the sooner we can talk about trial and arranging dates for trial and so forth. So, Your Worship, I'm too much concerned, highly, of the rights of the accused persons, its constitutional rights. And Your Worship, I would like to request that at least they should be respected. They are still human beings. They're innocent until proven otherwise, so their rights need to be respected. Your Worship, I'm also a legal practitioner. I understand my learned colleagues' submissions that with regard to the issue of the media, we're not saying the media should stop recording the proceedings, but at least there are attorney and client privilege conversations that my learned colleague may be conducting with his own clients, and I understand him in that particular regard, and therefore, Your Worship, I would not have an objection if the order is varied accordingly, as the court pleases.
Aku lexi ni vona ku inkingha leyikulu yi fanele ku yi lunghisiwa i timhaka ta ku sungula huvo leyiwani nkarhi se wu fambini a ku timhaka teto a kahle na switsanani hikuva hehliwa na vona va na timfanelo na vona ku ri milandzu ya vona yi tengiwa hi xihatla va fanele va hloniphiwa na vona i vanhu va ha ri vanhu a ku loko se swi ta ka timhaka ta vona vanhu lavawani va teka ku ti-video kumbexani va mahungu lava hangalasaka mahungu a nandzu lowuwani loko swi ta kwalano ni pfumelelana na yena gqwetha ra vahehliwa ku ri a va va hloniphi va va nyika nkarhi wa ku va kota ku vulavurisana va va na mburisano wa vona exikarhi ka gqwetha na vahehliwa so loko swi fika kwalano ni kombela ku huvo yi swi lunghisa.
At first, I would like to thank you, the Defense Counsel, for raising the concerns that you brought to the attention of the court. And the court have noted that, as well as the response by the state advocate.
As the court pleases.
As court.
I need to state that the issue of shortage of court orderlies in this establishment has, prior to this case, been dealt with on several occasions. And this court, as the head of this division, went to an extent of even interacting with the court orderlies in all of them, in ensuring that we are supposed to start court at 9 o'clock in the morning, and by that time all court officials should be in their places, including in the courtroom, in order for the court to commence. And yes.
ukuma ku itsandeka kusungula hubo inkari makaku abamaphorisa baba bangakhona nizinyendlana ku hihlangana namaphorisa etsamisana hivulavurisana lokusitaka mhaka leyiwani ya ku kala ka maphorisa.
And this concern escalated to include all court officials, language services, and the prosecution. And I can assure you that the courts are always ready at 9 o'clock in this establishment, as well as the NPA and the language services.
Baku enkinga lewani izihi samahlweni kumbe idzwela na bona babu chuchisi na bona labaya batitoloki hikubona hinkwavo ukuma ku baba batilungiserini kusungula akhodi kumbe kwala ahubeni kambe ukuma ku maphorisa baba bangari kona se bativisa ku hina nkinga yo fana na leyiwani lokusitaka xiphorisa.
This matter escalated to the office of the district commandant, General Mashilo, and I held a meeting with him, including the station commander of Polokwane police station.
Bakunkinga lewani ziyisana like abakulukumba laba bitana kuyibona bo General Mashilo na station commander wasdiba kumbe nkulukumba wa station na ina wasdiba.
And the meeting was held in this establishment to sort of try to attend to that concern, because it did not only affect the district court, it also affected the regional court.
Bakukubina nhlangano longayindliwa eka hubo leyitsanani ba wende eka hubo leyitsanani aba swi endlangi ka hubo leyitsanani ntsena hi mhaka ku swilo sweswo swi endla ku ri na le ka hubo letikulu na vona va hlangana na nkinga yo fana na yaleyo.
This also includes shortage of court orders.
Baku na sweswo loko ka mhlangano walowo a ku vulavuriwa hi nkinga yaleyo ya ku kala ka
it was resolved that they will ensure that the court orderlies are brought to the establishment timeously, so that when the court starts, they will be available to assist. And it was the belief of this court that indeed they were doing likewise. However, they also indicated that there is a shortage of human resource. And including the vehicles that used to transport the prisoners to court, those that are in custody. I can assure that I will further take this matter further to ensure that courts operate optimally and timeously. Fortunately, the captain of this court orderlies is available in this establishment and is taking note of my concerns. And as early as 9 o'clock, the court orderlies must be in this building and ensure that the courts are fully operational.
kusunguriwa hi yona 9 o'clock la ka huvo.
And when it comes to the media, I would say that despite the fact that you have been allowed to take pictures or videos of the court proceedings and show that you respect the client attorney privileges and that you should not interfere with that.
Bakudabzwela bahangalesi bamahungu kuri na hambi vanyiki uri mpfumelelo wa ku vona va fana va kandziyisa mfambiso lowuwani wa hungu leyiwani kambe a hi ta kombela ku ri va hlonipha gqwetha na bona va hehliwa loko va fane va va na mburisano.
And when the defense counsel is in consultation with his client, ensure that you keep a distance because it's a privilege that takes place between the two parties.
Loko ku va na mburisano xikarhi ka va hehliwa na gqwetha n'wina va kandziyisi va mahungu va ri mi va mi ri kulenyana na vona hi ku hi leswi swi nga fanela ku ri swi humelela xikarhi ka gqwetha na vona va hehliwa va pfumeleriwile ku va vulavisana.
I hope the concerns by the defense counsel has been addressed and we can now proceed with the bail application.
Tshemba ku ri hinkwaswo leswi va rila hi swona hi vi hi swi lunghisa se hi nga yisa mahlweni na xikombelo xa bail.
Mr. Maluleke?
Lordship, we have been fully covered.
Thank you.
We take note of the court's concern also.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. The state would like to call Constable Tobejani to the witness stand.
Your full name's detective?
My name is Detective Uchisho Tobejani.
Detective, do you have any objection in taking a prescribed oath?
Detective, no objection, Your Worship.
Will you take the prescribed oath to be binding at your conscience?
Yes, that is correct.
You may raise up your right hand and swear so help me God.
But usually, he baning little bulela net and it fell. You do Michel Togola Ujala, Dimutushi net.
Say Detective or Slambanya Matringa Wukuri, Sangata Sula Bula, Motletabantis.
You should recall last week we said you must raise up your voice like you hear the court speak.
Let a popular or an aquila of it or Hopetore, Leblela or Timaga, Leblela or Ibulang Awon, La Polaga.
And if you feel you would like to testify while seated, there's a chair behind you. You can bend the microphone and continue giving your evidence.
Kalinya go fa botlhatse le dutse fase le ka no dula fase la go ga mic la go ga la moleng.
Noted, Your Worship.
Thank you, State. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Constable, during the appearance prior to today's appearance, you testified that there are assets or motor vehicles, to be precise, that are owned by a certain Charlotte Tibana.
But usually, pele re tlo buya go tshwana le mamotlhakere matsatsi a le a mabedi a fetileng ya kere be re fa botlhatse go ba be le tla mo letlabeng ya gore ga botse go na le thuto a re no re do e bulela straight thuto ya gona ba re ke sefatanago ba yona koloi e leng gore e bitsa ka maina a re Tibana.
Now, the question is, have you exhausted that issue, or like you mentioned on record, the asset forfeiture will come and testify in detail with regard to that particular issue?
Usually, putiso gore re feditse na mo tabeng yona yewe go ya ka mokgwa le boletseng gore ba le ba access forfeiture goba ba le ba go tšeela batho dithuto ka semolao ke bona le gore ba tlo tla ba tlo tlhatsela mo tabeng yona eo go ya ka lena re feditše goba re sa le mo yona
re sa le mo go yona yotlhe.
I'm not yet done.
Kindly proceed.
And then tswelang pele napile a hlamusela timhaka ta ku loko swi ta ka timhaka leti ni nga ti hlamusela loko hi yimanyana loko ni hlamusela ku ri ku na movha leyi vitanaka hi mavito a Rirhandzu Tibana. Loko swi ta ka mhaka yona yaleyo a ni siza ni heta se vango a yisi mahlweni.
What is the relevance of Rirhandzu Tibana owning the vehicles that you told the court about? What is the relevance of her owning such vehicles to these proceedings? What is the link thereof?
Ba re jwale taba tja gore Rirhandzu o na le dikoloi tjena tšeo le bolelang ka tsona di tsenella jwang goba di tsinkella jwang mo tabeng yona yeo re bolelang ka yona le gore
My worship ke nyaka o lemoša court gore dikoloi tse di lego anta Rirhandzu Tibana according to my investigation.
Sorry, Constable, please stick to one language. If you want to use English, let us use English. And if you want to use Sepedi, let's proceed with Sepedi.
ba re jwale le nyako shumisha seja tlhapa a re tswele pele ka sona ge ba ne le nyako shumisha Sepedi le gona go lokile le kgethe efe.
Please proceed.
Le ka no tswela pele a re thomo ya gosi.
My worship ke nyaka go lemoša court gore di property di lego anta Rirhandzu Tibana.
I just want to inform this honorable court that the properties which are registered under the name of Rirhandzu Tibani.
I'm reasonably suspecting gore
Please, sorry, Constable.
Just a moment.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I know you are under oath. Sometimes the dispensation of today is that people started these Model C schools such that their own vernacular language is wanting to an extent that when they speak they always infuse the English language. May I confirm with yourself, do you want to speak Sepedi or do you want to speak English? I can see you are continuously going there. And you are allowed to testify in English as well. Just clarify us in that aspect.
Okay. Sergeant or Detective, Constable Detective Tobishan. Horror. Ki a lemoga gore batho ba matsatsi a go ba baso ba matsatsi a ba ile dikolong tsela tsa magua tsela tse go bolelwang sekgowa kudu-kudu mo e leng gore ge ba tshwanetse ba bolele leleme la gago bone ba feleletša ba sa fetse go bolela ba senke ba tsentšhe sekgowa ka gare jwale ke nyako tseba go tloga go lena a le gapeletše gore lena le bolele Sepedi le ka no bolela sona seja tlhape goba sekgowa e tswa mo lena so ke nyako tseba ka gore re gare brane gala he Constable mo le bolele ka leleme le letsele la tsentšha sekgowa jwale a se bothata ba gore le bolele sekgowa le ka no tswela pele ka sona a se bothata jwale ke nyako tseba gore le kgetha eng.
Sepedi, my worship.
Our proceedings
Okay, and ensure that you don't spice it with the Queen's lingo. You just use Sepedi and the interpreter will do their job.
But the lady will need to go. I literally spice in your water high. Little to a tologi, Yajala Pilum Shumoy or Naga. He had a name.
NPA, you can now proceed to the state.
Thank you, Your Worship. Constable, the question was, what is the link between the vehicles owned by Rirhandzu Tibana and this matter currently before court?
Constable, you are koloi ye iling mining ayana Rirhandzu Tibana. It's an ajwang mo milatong e leng gore ba sešwa ba pharwa ka wona ba ba dutse mo pele gore
ke dumela ke re Rantsho Tibane ga qualify go reka koloi ena go reka ba itnyakišišo tsaka.
Okay. I do believe that Rantsho Tibane does not qualify to buy that motor vehicle which is in her names.
Which motor vehicles are you referring to?
Le bulela ka koloi le ba rekeng.
My lordship ke fatana ga page mo ke buta wa Haval.
It's 2 motor vehicle. The first one is Haval.
Ya Ford Ranger Raptor.
Ford Ranger Raptor.
Number plate na Aya Ayani.
The number plate is Aya Ayani. Ni themba ku ri loko ku ri yena ri Rantsho Tibane a swi nge kotakali ku ri a pfumeleriwa ku ri yena a nga fikelela ku xava timovha letimbirhi leti ti nga le mavitweni a yena yo sungula va ri i Haval ya vumbirhi hi yona Ford Ranger Raptor ya registration number va nge i Aya Ayani.
Please proceed, Constable.
So Kumulinga, so the Rantsho Tibane wa ka inyakišo tsaka ga se motho a berekane ke dumela ke re je rekile ke sitting estate or ke patela ke accused number 1.
I'm saying this because Rantsho Tibane is a person who's unemployed. I do believe that the person who is, or this motor vehicle were paid using the estate money, or the person who might pay for these motor vehicles might be accused number 1. Ni vulavula leswiwani hi mhaka ku loko ni endla vulavisisi bya mina muhehliwa yena ri Rantsho Tibane a nga tirhi se ni hleketelela ku ri munhu loyi timovha letiwani ti nga le mavitweni ya yena ti nga va ti xaviwi hi mali ya vafu kombixani ti hakeleriwa hi yena muhehliwa wo sungula. Most importantly, all these motor vehicles are still under the finance. Xikulukumba xa xona lexi ni nga xi hlamusela i ku timovha leti ta hakeriwa leswi hi swi vulaka ku ri ta ha ri ehansi ka tibangi.
Proceed.
So asset forfeiture e tla for information age mo dikoloi lo ka tlase ga maina a Rantsho Tibane.
Then the assets forfeiture, they are the relevant people who can give information in full when it comes to the motor vehicles owned or which are in Rantsho Tibane's names. Ibise aku lava va teka ku nhundzu leyo kumiwa ku hi munhu a yi kuma nga ri na ku nawini hi vona va nga ta hlamusela vumbhoni hi xitalo loko swi ta ka timovha leti ti nga le mavitweni a yena ri Rantsho.
Please proceed, Constable.
Ni ta twela pele.
Ya ke dumela ke re ka mokgwa ba leng ka ona ka ifatana ga Rantsho Tibane le accused number 1.
Yes, I think I'm done. That is how I link Rantsho Tibane with the motor vehicle which are registered in her name and accused number 1.
Now, let's go to likelihood, whether or not should she be released on bail, accused number 1 would evade trial, whether or not.
Usually, I reclaim what I mean here. Ana go na le kgonagalo ya gore ge mosekišwa wa mathomo a ka lokolwa ka bail a ka tšhabela molato ona motho kgonagalo e gona na.
My lordship kgonagalo gona ke ile ke ntši.
Yes, there is a huge likelihood that if accused number 1 is to be released on bail, she will evade trial. Ako kuna timhaka to tala kumbe swi nga kotekala ku ri muhehliwa wo sungula loko vo tshuka va n'wi chucha hi yona bail
Kindly elaborate on that issue.
Ka 14 August 2026 ke swara accused number 2 kwa Pretoria. Ke fonetse ke hoketse number phone tsa accused number 1 wa accused number 2.
You're saying which date?
14
August.
14 August 2026. Yeah. Proceed.
Let me start with the incident of 14 August 2026. That was the time when I was effecting arrest on accused number 2.
What happened?
Number phone tsa accused number 1 or accused number 2 or ke mo phone because ke se sure gore only Mpoko or Pretoria.
Then I requested the contact details of accused number 1 from accused number 2 because I was not sure whether she's in Limpopo or in Pretoria. Akonda sungula imangulenga humelela hi 14 August 2026 loko ni khoma muhehliwa wa vumbirhi ni vi ni kombela tifoni number ta yena muhehliwa wo sungula ka yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi hi ku ani nga ri na ntiyiso ya ku munhu lo u le kwihi a Polokwane kumbe a Gauteng na.
Pamphile number phone ka mo fonela ka mo tsara ke constable Thobela Polokwane. Oh, we are from Hawks. Yes,
then I gave her a call, or I called her. I introduced myself. She said, I said, I'm Constable Thobela. She said, yes, I know you. I know you. You are from Hawks. And then no phonela loko se no phonela even the tibisa no mina Constable Thobela afuna tiba wena uma ka the Hawks
ka motsa ka ke sere warrant of arrest agabe tina go motshwara ka ke sere accused number 1 accused number 2.
Then I told him that I want to arrest you because I have the warrant of arrest against you. I've already arrested accused number 2. And then ningizwela ku ri lava ku khoma se na apila ro ntfumelela ku ri wena ni ku khoma se muhehliwa wa vumbirhi ni n'wi.
Proceed.
Okay, Thobela ke tla ke police station ro tla ka police station ya Polokwane. Okay, ha o le bothata.
Then he said, Thobela, I'll bring myself to Polokwane's police station. Then I said, it's fine, there's no problem. Ebe se akumenta titisa a police station ya Polokwane. Ebe se ni ku ha swilungile.
If it's a police station at Polokwane,
then I arrived at Polokwane police station, tried to call him. He was no longer answering my calls or taking my calls. And then nifika se a Polokwane, loko nifika se nukuna mfonela munhu wakona na tifoni ta mina se anga ti call.
After Sosonyana ke mofonela gape ampotsa rena o tsaneng.
Then after some few minutes, I called her again. She told me that she was now in Zanin. And then andaku kami minutes nyana binongifonela se anjela ku mina sendile Zanin.
Ka Zanin mo kae agana go mpotsa o mo kae ile a nya ke gore ke motshware o tshaba e bjare if ke ka motshwara ke se ka tla ka kulo ya mmak o tlo mo se ke matla mahwa batho.
And then I asked her as to where in Zanin. Napile la radia.
Ibeki muchar now. Zanin muka. Yes.
Then she refused to tell me exactly where she was. And then she further said I should not come. When I come to arrest her, I must not use a marked vehicle because I'm gonna embarrass her. Okay? And then ebi anibutisa ku udzanini kwi ala kunjela ebi aheta akhe anjela ku loko uta kunkhomeni ungati movha leyi yi tikomba ku kule ya maphorisa kangenisela matihlo ava.
Proceed.
Yeah, ke sale ke mwe are o tla ka police station ya Polokwane within 2 hours. Ke sale ke ema go tloa ka 3 ya masegare o fitla ka 9 ya boshigo a sa file.
And then she said to me she will arrive at around 3 in Polokwane in the afternoon. I waited for her until 9 in the evening, or 21 hours. but she never paged. Aku kamina aku nitafika kwalano hi 3 ya nanhlikana ni n'wi yimerile ku fikisela iza hi ba 9 ya navusiku angafikanga
mufoni eka bo 6 le tika na ke zile ba because ke khale ke go imetse mokhe o gana go tsa mo le o bona ena are aka se mputse mo le o bona a nya ke mo tshwara lona go mo tsholo ba ile kana mo e trongo ena ka se mo petse
la rabi I called her at around 6 while I was still here in Polokwane police station. I trying to convince her to send me or tell me her location because it's been while waiting for her here in Polokwane. She refused to give me her location, and then she said she would bring herself on the very same Friday. Then when I was about to knock off, that is when she told me that she won't come here in Polokwane. Her attorney advised her otherwise. And then ABC nomfonela hisikisi yana matia shidambu ninungutsa ku kasikasi ule kwi ni dzweli la unga kona nringeta ku uta mshano ta hetelela andzweli la nga kona ivi yana ku meningeti kwalano nga kona se gwe kharamina rivi rini byela timhaka tin'wana kumbe ku ni lemusa swin'wana
ebe gore before ke chaisa ile ka tisa ta wa mo address ye ke dumela gore
before I can knock off, I tried to go to her address that I believe that I might find her there.
Accused number 1.
According to the profiling.
Yes, accused number 1.
Yes, accused number 1.
Submitted in her affidavit that she resides at 36 Graceland Heights, Faranani Street, Bendo, Polokwane.
Napile msexual matom urilena udula 36 Graceland Faranani Polokwane Bendo.
Ya kitara ke ni teka gore ke to verify address ke yona go feta ke khotjani makhiara ke na go confirmela gore udula mo ke le bana.
Yes, it is correct that is her address because I went to that address to verify it. The neighbor is the one who confirmed that to me, that they are neighbors and the neighbor knows accused number 1. Ibi ahlamsela kuri nibini yale nibini ku nikazani chaisa nikuwoni yala ntiba ku ningamkuma kono tshama kona loko nikukumshanda nkumu and na address leyi yi nga hlamseriwa ya 36 Graceland a Faranani la Bendo yona address yona leyo kuna huma ni kuma makhelwane wa yena ivi ni n'wi vutisa hi yena muhihlo wa ku sungula aku ntiyiso makhelwane wa mina.
So you verified the accused number 1's address?
Usually address ya gagwe ile la go ntishisha gore ye ke yona wa ke mo a dulang gona. That is correct. Intiyiso ni bini ya nanguta ku la atama la ngeto tshama kona hi kona na.
The address you are referring to, is it this particular address that I placed on record?
Address ye lile mo yona le go ntshishisha yona ke ki yona ye ke badileng ya 36 Graceland Faranani Bendo Polokwane ke yona. Yes.
Is it the one that you are referring to as having been found on your profiles that you performed?
No, that is not the one.
Okay, proceed.
On record,
the one which is on record is the one which I went and verified it after I've charged her. Ayona address leyi ni vulavula ku yona leyi mina ni ngaya ni ya mutniku ni ya ku kambeni kona ayona yaleyo yilewan mi vulavula ku yona hi leyi ni nga yi kuma akandzhaku ka loko se loko ni n'wi hehla hi milandzu.
Proceed.
So my worship, case number 1 ke motshwaretse bothateng.
So your worship, it was very difficult for me to arrest accused number 1. Ako kubina nkinga kulu lokustaka ko nifane nikhoma yena muhihliwa lo sungula.
Would I be correct to say I understand you correctly that you have been in communication consistently with accused number 1 and she has been evading arrest?
Nitaba kitlaba ke bolela nnete kere lena bentse le la gare le boledishana le yena mosekswa mathomo gafetsa e fela e be le motho a bontshang gore ga nya go tshwarewa.
Ke nnete my worship.
That is correct. Ke ente yeso go munhu loyi a le vulavurisana na yena nkarhi na nkarhi kambe a tikomba ku mina swo khomiwa a swa mina kumbe a swi lavi.
Did you investigate as to whether or not accused number 1 does possess travel documents? If there's any other person who will come and elaborate on the issue of travel documents, say so we can move to the next aspect. But if you can testify on that issue, please proceed.
Jwale lilela kontisisha gore go yena mosekswa mathomo una le dipampiri ra tsona di-passport di-visa dinyenyana tse di ka mo dumellang gore yena a ka kgona o gona tse di ka mo thušang gore a ka kgona go hwetša a etswa ka ntle ga naga ye ya borena a ya mo dinageng tse dingwe ge e baneng lilela di a bonnete ba o nyakišiša mo tabeng yone eo le a bolela ge e baneng go na le otle gore botsang ka tsona le gore a wa mo wa se ke fitlhe mamang o tla le botsa ka tsona.
Yeah, my worship, asset forfeiture tla le fa go tlhatso yo feletsego e fela ke swere passport ya case number 1 case number 2 case number 1 o bontšha gore e ba fela a etswa ka mo nageng a ya nageng tša ka ntle o bala bo Turkey le bombo.
Okay. When it comes to that issue, I do believe that the asset forfeiture are the relevant people who can come and attest to that information. But I do have, or I'm in possession of accused number 1 and 2's passports. It shows that these people used to travel as far as Turkey, Libombo, outside of South Africa.
Is Libombo a country or is it a place next to a certain country, and what is that particular country? If you know, Constable.
Libombo ke naga go ba Libombo ile ba gaufi le naga e itseng e baneng le a tseba. I'm not sure about that. And then ako labambiri loko sitaka ti passport ta bona kuna vanhu lava nga ta kuna vanhu lava nga ta va ta ihlamusela hi xitalo loko sitaka teto timhaka kambe loko ri ti passport ta bona ti khomini ta komba ku ri i vanhu lava a va pfa va endlela matikumambe kumbe matikumangwani va humela handle tin'wani swa tikomba ku ava yena leti Turkey na le Libombo se va vutisa ku Libombo leyiwani i tiko kumbe ko va kusuhani na tiko na a ku sweswi a ni swi tivi.
So my worship o releasa case number 1 ka pele e tla be le risky ka gore case number 1 o dula Limpopo, case number 2 o dula Gauteng. So se se bontsha go tswa ba le go travela mo gantši.
So releasing accused number 1 on bail would be too risky because accused number 1 resides or stays in Polokwane, accused number 2 in Gauteng. This shows that there will be a lot of traveling between these two applicants. And then hlamsela timhaka ta ku chucha moyehliwa wo sungula hi yona bail. Swi ta va swi ri timhaka leti ti nga ta va nghozi swinene hi mhaka ku vumbirhi bya vona n'wana tshama a Limpopo n'wana tshama a Gauteng se ku ta va na ku yimayima ko tala.
Is there a likelihood that accused 1, should she be released on bail, would commit other offenses?
Jalo go na le kgonagalo na ya gore ge ile mosekiši wa mathomo ga ka lokologa ka bail a ka dira melato e mengwe na?
khona le ke tšentši my worship ka gore e re ka tlhokomela molato o tlisitše mo lekgolo mo court o molato wa 2024.
There are a lot of high risk that accused number one, if released on bail, will commit other offences. If you can remember, the matter that we are here before court today commenced in 2024.
After 2024, Osa committed the very same crime.
And then after 2024, she committed another crime that brought us here today.
So, say, point about what the Raga took a pity was that we committed crime. Eric Hono, what you want to fat come out to Nati, Ekuna, the Ransuti, Lee Unawaki, accused number one. This is under finance, says what I was already. Aka committed crime of finance, you could reach the Raga took a pity without your appellate, who maintain a journal fatanati.
I do believe that if accused number one is released on bail, she will continue to commit further offences, because like I've already indicated that those properties or the motor vehicles owned by Charlotte Tibana, others owned by her, they are still under finance. So if she is to be released on bail, she will continue to commit further offences to can maintain her lifestyle or to maintain or to can be able to pay for the installments of those motor vehicles. And then ako natem nina kuthemba kukulu kwako loko ochichiwa hi bail uta isamahlweni na ku endla milandzu yin'wana hi mhaka ko movha liya yi nga le mavitweni a rirhandzu na yin'wana yi nga le mavitweni a yena ta hakeriwa se uta endla ku ri yena a endla milandzu ku ri a ta kota ku isa mahlweni na ku hakela timovha tele.
Your Worship, I would like to raise an objection. With respect, I actually tried to reach out to my colleagues to see if we can deal with it in any other format. In as much as I am not PD, it's not my home language. The witness never said anything to do with lifestyle. It's a version that is being placed by the interpreter, and that we think it is extremely important. And I thought we would deal with it in argument, but if we go back also on the aspect of the address, the witness testified, and the record will show that he indicated that when he approached the neighbors, they confirmed she resides there with her children, and that version was not interpreted in English for the benefit of the record. And this is amongst many other issues that I'm picking up. I think as the officer of the court, I have to bring this to the attention of the court, that we might have a challenge on the transcription of this record, or there might be disputes in future as to what was said, because the record will say one thing and the interpreter is interpreting something other than that which, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong in general, but there are omissions of material issues that we believe is relevant for our purposes. Escort, please.
Yes, defense, before I even allow the state to respond to that, I have noted that, I've noted what you have said.
Escort, please.
But at the same time, you need not wait for the interpretation to proceed for almost close to 3 paragraphs or pages for you to raise an issue which you should have raised immediately there and then. It's as if you are waiting for the interpretation to be elongated so that you can have a chunk of the objection.
Yep.
So I believe our duty is to make sure that the proceedings are properly interpreted.
And it's well, there was no intention to wait until it's long. It's just
Yes,
I got reminded by
that has happened.
what just happened now.
So if you pick up that he did not interpret it correctly, immediately rise up and indicate what has not been correctly interpreted, so that it can immediately be corrected.
Escort, please.
Okay.
So, court, please. Your Worship, perhaps it's also due to the pace that I'm engaged in.
Yeah,
I'll reduce the velocity so that
But the pace is not an issue. The issue is that we are hearing that through our ears, let alone the pace.
As the court, please.
So the defense counsel, as soon as he hears that and realizes there's a need for intervention, he must immediately intervene.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, may those items omitted be interpreted for the benefit of the record as well?
Perhaps we can refer him to refresh. What is that you said has not been correctly interpreted?
Two aspects. The first one is the aspect that the neighbors confirmed that she resides at that address with her children. Only that portion.
Okay.
Then the second one that transpired now is with respect to lifestyle. The witness never mentioned anything regarding that she would want to maintain a lifestyle. That was never said.
Let's start with the first one. What has to be corrected there? Let's hear your correction.
The correction is that the witness testified that accused number 1 resides at the address that she provided in a bail affidavit, and same has been confirmed through interaction between the IO and her neighbors, who confirmed that she resides there with her children. That is the key aspect that we wanted to be confirmed.
Okay. But jologi dar asi jologi chong. I get kare tla go tsaba go ba asi bile ndi tsaba ka motho. Ba re lena re boletse gore ke a tswa kwa addressing yona ela ya ba ba file yona ke fela ba le maishan o la mpotsa gore ka nnete motho o dula mo le bana ba gagwe jalo jologi ba re ye ya gore le bana ba gagwe a sa itologisa ana fa ke metse na gore lena le rile le fitla kwa la re motho le o rile ke dula le ke o dula ka mo ke di bana ba gagwe di beile ka tsela eo.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, it was omitted by the interpreter, Your Worship. The investigating officer, in his statement, he said, "I went to the said address, and then I talked to the neighbor. The neighbor told me that the accused number 1 stays here together with the children." My apologies for that, Your Worship.
The second correction?
The second correction has to do with the aspect of committing further offenses, and that, in fact, it has to do with the word lifestyle, that she will commit further offenses to maintain her lifestyle. The witness never used that word specifically.
Which word was used?
What the witness said is that she will commit further offenses to finance the car, not maintain her lifestyle.
Thank you.
And then Barry,
Your Worship, I'm sorry. He said you commit further offenses to finance the cars and to maintain the cars. The word maintain was there. He again used the English word, but the word maintain was there.
Okay.
As the court pleases.
So that will get the true version.
And then Barry, mo tabeng yela ya gore o tlo tswela pele a dira melato engo le re tlhalosetseng yona gore le rile o tlo tswela pele a dira melato gore a tlo gona o dira
Go maintain to finance difatanaga tse le go ka tlasa maina a the Rantso le accused number 2.
accused number 2 o maintain
Low finance difatanaga tse le ka tlasa Rantso Tibana le accused number 2 le sefatanaga sa sa golf.
It appears to be a new version, that one, but it will be followed. Let's follow the first one.
Yes, indeed, so that is a new version.
Yes, follow the first one, the one that you wanted it to be correctly interpreted. What is the correction?
Okay. Okay.
No, I'm hearing from the defense counsel before you interpret.
Okay. What we wanted to be corrected was the aspect of to maintain the finance of the vehicles, not lifestyle. The aspect there was what is to be maintained. It was not lifestyle, it's the vehicles, the financing of the vehicles.
Okay, ba re awa le ska bolela tse di swara di jala ka re bolela mo le ya taba e le boletse mathomo lena le rile a o tlo tswela pele a dira melato e mengwe gore yena a tlo kgona go maintaina le go patela dikoloi tse di be maineng a Rantso le koloi ya gagwe la go pola ka ke ka mkhobele di bile ka bona
Ba ska phoki bilo ka bona e rile o tlo tswela pele le go commita the same crime go maintain dikoloi tse di lego difatanaga ka tlasa maina ya Rantso le accused number 2.
No, that is not what I said. I said that she will continue to commit offences so that she can be able to maintain the cars which are in Riranzu's names and accused number 2. ABC, kuna nkinga nyana lanwani gwetha ri hlamusela timhaka ta ku loko ku ri toloki ina leswi nga swi vulavula leswi mbhoni nga swi vulavulangiku timhaka to fana na ku yena u lava u ta yisa mahlweni a endla milandzu leyiwani ku ri a ta kota ku yisa mahlweni na ku hanya vutomi lebyi yena a byi hanya na ku hakela timovha gwetha ri ngo a hi leswi mbhoni nga swi vulavula mbhoni yi te u ta yisa mahlweni na ku endla milandzu ku ri yena a ta kota ku yisa mahlweni na ku hakela movha leyi nga le mavitweni a rirhandzu na leyi nga mavitweni a yena se loko ku ri phorisa ri ku mina a ni swi vurisanga swona meni te u ta yisa mahlweni a endla milandzu yona yaleyo ku ri yena a ta kota ku yisa mahlweni na ku hanya vutomi byebyo bya ku hakela timovha teto leyi nga ya emavitweni a rirhandzu na leti ti nga le mavitweni a muhehli wa vumbirhi.
Yes, I need to also indicate language services, ensure that your interpretation should be correct.
Correct.
Before you interpret, if you did not understand something, let us always not revert back to correct the errors.
Correct.
Ensure that you give the correct interpretation.
Correct.
However, I may as well raise another thing that I think surfaced is the issue of accused number 2. I believe that as per your evidence, you were still ongoing with leading the evidence. Perhaps that never surfaced, but pursuant to the fact that you are still on the floor, maybe you can follow that to clarify.
Correct, so your worship.
Mr. Maluleka, I think you were rising.
Yes, Your Worship, I was merely to say that it's a new version. It never,
Thank you.
It was never led on that aspect. It's new facts that were never dealt with, but perhaps my colleague will deal with it properly.
Thank you. You are still on the floor. You can then proceed to verify those aspects.
Thank you, your worship. Constable, let us unpack intrinsically what you are actually referring to with respect to accused number 2 and these particular vehicles. What are you saying? What did you say? Or what would you like to place on record with regard to accused number 2?
Accused number 2.
Correct. And the vehicles.
Okay. La pele ba ari tlhatlhamolletsa ga yeke ga re tla go tsaba tsa difatana ga tsona tse itlheka re bolela ka yena moseki wa bobedi le dikoloi be le nya gore go ba le reng ka tsona tse
ke be ke nyaka go lemoša kgoro gore accused number 2 e owna sefatanaga sa Mercedes V-Class.
Accused number 2 owns motor vehicle V-Class literally Mercedes-Benz. And then tinya go tlhalosa gore really yena la go tlhamsela gore loko re mehlo wa bombirhi una movha loyi va nge yona Mercedes-Benz V-Class
Ewe lo under finance.
which is still under finance ya hakeriwa movha leyiwani
Mo go dumela gore o patela accused number 1.
and I do believe that accused number 1 is the one paying la ntshemba ku mehlo wa sungula yena hakelaka.
Proceed.
Tse dintsi tlo bola ke asset forfeiture if o hlokega mara ke ke tsela go gore wa ka in my investigation accused number 2 aka se go patela mosefatana ga se ka kgwedi ka kgwedi.
Okay, and then most of the information will be divulged by the asset forfeiture unit officers, but that the motor vehicle is still under finance, and I do believe that accused number 2 won't be able to pay that motor vehicle monthly or in installment. I do believe that accused number 1 is the one paying.
Kindly elaborate. Firstly, what is a V300? Is it a Toyota? Is it a Ford? What kind of vehicle is, and what are the reasons you are saying he cannot be able to pay?
Just before even any interpretation is done, the witness says V class. Never mention which car capacity.
Oh, my apologies, Your Worship.
Ask the witness to find out which V class.
Oh,
I was rising on that point. You say must not lead the witness or put words in his mouth.
Your Worship, I thought he said V300. My apologies. What is a V class? What model, make, and year model is it?
Ba re lerile ke yona V class ke yani ke eng ba re nya go kwishana mo
I can have a just my lordship or a key motor one yani ke no tsara ke se dispense yilo ata finance yilo ka tsa manya a case number 2 yes o ata finance in this and had put you
manya. I'm not quite sure when it comes to that, Your Worship, as to the model, which year. What I know is that this car is still under finance. The one which is the one which is not under finance is Nissan Hardboard. Ako se aninanti so ka kumova le ya rene swikutuka swikuchakala ya mina lexi ni xi tivaka ku ya hakeriwa le nga hakeriwi ku i Nissan Hardboard.
So the details with regard to the capacity of the cars you don't know. Whether it's a V class, what capacity or what you do not know. Because I think that is what the state wanted to know. Give us the details.
But as well, it's a dinchi roba, dilo tse dintsi tsa sefatana sona se kilina le re na ke tsebe selo ka gore ke se yena mtshitshi sa reng ke ya go tseba le re mo we nna ke tsebe selo
ya tshitshi ko la ka se for future tickets or go sefatana sona passport if I'm not mistaken 46,000 per month SABC class.
Yes, Your Worship, I know nothing when it comes to the capacity and all that of that motor vehicle. The only information that I have is that they are all paying 46,000 rand per month for the V class. Mina so tala movia unstable. Kambe leswi swi tivaka iku ba hakela 46,000 rand hi n'hweti.
Let's move. Why are you saying now accused number 2 would not be able to afford or to pay that particular vehicle?
Arjole bill. Go baneng le re mosexuwa wa bobedi a ka se kgone go patela tšhelete installment ya koloi yona eo.
My worship, we are like a case number 2. Any business, other source of income.
According to my investigations, Your Worship, accused number 2 does not have other source of income, doesn't have businesses. And then we are sis jamin. Akuna mholongwane awukumaku and angohaba amabhinzu.
Okay, Constable, do you mind repeating that statement in Sepedi, purely in Sepedi?
Bari jwale le ka lo busheletsa se le se boletseng ka Sepedi.
Just in Sepedi.
Ka Sepedi.
Molatofatso wa bobedi go ya le ka dinyakiso tsa ka ga ana le matseno a mangwe ka ntle le a
accused, according to my investigations, accused number 2 doesn't have any other source of income except the one that he gets from his work.
Now, remember, oh, you didn't interpret this
and
in
then
stronger English. My apologies.
Yena muhihliwa wosuka bumbiri ku hava timali tin'wana leti a tikuma ku tin'wana kumbe muholo un'wana handle ka lowu a wu kumaku entirhweni wa yena.
Now, we are still on accused number 1. What you said about accused number 2 is all right for now. And that was just an overlap of some moment. But then have you exhausted the reasons why the state is opposing the release of accused number 1? So that we can move to accused number 2, if so.
But usually, homosexual will be the Bruno Yaranya, and Yako Fita Molly Molaker. Usually, we are not sexual maton. Mabaka, our little Asca for Bailey, shading Fidget over the village come Kakao. Or was an alarm.
Yeah, making a couple of the Mosha Court. Yeah, it gives you a case number 1 ka pele ka mabaka a mangwe a gore
I just wanted to inform this honorable court that it is too risky to release accused number 1 on bail based on the certain on the following reasons.
Don't repeat what you already said. Any new thing?
Yes, I could move for Nitiaga yeah, another Kahuja pay. We look at the suicide. We polite.
Okay? While I was busy phoning her constantly, she told me that if ever she can be if she can be granted bail or released on bail, she's going to commit suicide. And then nakwenele nkarula ni khana ngfonela ko tala ni khani vulavula na yena a ku loko yena o nyikiwa bail u ta ku tidlayeni.
Thank you. State, before you proceed, I think it's time for tea.
Correct, Your Worship.
Perhaps let's agree what time. I am conscious of what Manuleke has indicated, that we must be timeless.
Correct, Your Worship.
What time do you make it up past 11?
Your Worship, it's just a humble plea from the state, understanding the time that has already been wasted, and also taking into account the fact that the accused persons have a right to a speedy trial. I was asking Your Worship if we can take at least a 15 minutes break.
Is it okay with you? 15 minutes?
It's okay with us, even if we don't take anything, it's fine. So the proposed 15 minutes will work much better on our side.
Thank you. Let's ensure that everyone by 15:15 is back in this courtroom.
All right. We love us, go for it. Let's call our cell phone again.
Good morning, Your Worship. Once again. Your Worship, during the adjournment, I received certain information that I would like to communicate with the office, and may the court grant me 5 more minutes. I'll discuss that with my learned colleague. I would like to just conduct some conversation with my seniors.
And then you'll let me know.
I'll let you know, Your Worship.
Your Worship, just to add on that, I think 15 minutes, 5 might not be.
5 plus 10.
5 plus, it's in the interest of my clients that we investigate what he needs to do.
Thank you.
It's corporate.
Court judge.
Look at the lovers. down. Don't forget to switch off your cell phone, please.
Go to a regional magistrate.
Yes, State.
The court pleases recalling case number F473 of 26, State versus Charlotte Tibana, accused number 1, accused number 2, Peter Nonyane. Your Worship, prior the court resuming now, or during the adjournment either, I was approached by certain persons who informed me that they are from the Maswanganyi family and they were in possession of documents including a court order. And I don't have the affidavit. I'm just placing it on record for the sake of completeness. And I still have to investigate those particular documents. The state will investigate them, which will be after this bail application surely, because the investigating officer is still on the stand. But however, Your Worship, the purpose of this exercise is to place it on record so that I am not seen to be withholding information. As the court pleases. Your Worship, may I kindly proceed?
Thank you. Just a moment. Witness Kutiso Tovejane, you are warned that you are still under oath.
That is Tovejane, Kutiso, for really
Thank you.
Napile muchuchis achansela timakatako ubi kuta nzangula wa kwa Maswanganyi abakhuluma phepha okari se bakhulu kuna leswi swifanela ku swilavisisiwa bangasiza bakuva ta teka goza ro karhi eka mhaka yona yaleyo se bakhulu sweswo ni swi tikisela huvo ku ri swi nga tieni swi nga kombi swi nga va nga swi teki ku nga ku mina leswi va nga ni byela swona a ni endlangi nchumu hi swona kambe ka nkarhi wa sweswi a ni ta kombela ku yisa mahlweni na xikombelo xa bail mhaka yaleyo hi ta yi endla vulavisisi eka yona.
Thank you, State. You may now proceed. Before that, yes.
It's just a clarification seeking question from my colleagues. I hear he said that he received some documents. We just wanted to note it for the record. What are they pertaining to these documents that he says he wishes to invest to? Simply say I've received documents and not at least placed on record. What are those documents? We just want the accused to have the benefit of what he's saying.
Thank you. Yes.
As the court pleases. Your Worship, I did not receive the documents unless I placed it as such. I said I was shown some documents. One of them is a document, a written court order, if I remember properly. And it relates to the Maswanganyi family estate. But Your Worship, I don't know those people, but they told me they're from the Maswanganyi family, and we will investigate those particular documents if they have a bearing or not on count number 5. But currently, Your Worship, we will conduct investigations on those documents.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
Loko ni kuna swinanguta ku tsariwa ku i ndzayelo leyi humaka ka huvo se loko swi ta eka timhaka ta maphepha lawo va nga ni komba wona ni te hi ta endla vulavisisi hi ta kota ku vona ku swi fambisana njhani kumbe maphepha lama nga ni komba wona a nghenelela njhani na nandzu lowuwani wa vutlhari hi leswi ni nga swi vulavula.
Thank you. State, you may now proceed.
Thank you, Your Worship. Constable, you told the court that accused number 1 informed you that should she be released on bail, she would commit suicide.
That is correct.
Did she advance reasons as to why she will commit suicide?
she was just afraid that if ever she comes near me, I will arrest her. And then achabantsena kuri loko o tshunela akusuhani na mina ta mkhoma.
Are you have you exhausted your reasons with regard to accused number 1?
Jwale le feditse go fa mabaka ka yena mo sexual mathomo. That is correct.
Let's proceed to accused number 2. You informed the Honorable Court that he owns a Mercedes-Benz V-Class, paying it 46,000 rands per month. How much is accused number 2 earning for you to tell the court that he cannot afford that vehicle and therefore you have a suspicion that it is being paid by accused number 1?
Jwale a re tle go yena mosexual wa bobedi la re una le koloi ya Mercedes-Benz V-Class ye leng gore o patela 46,000 rand. La re ebile a ka se gone go ipatela koloi yona yeo a ka ba e patela ke yena mosexual wa mathomo. Then ba re go baneng le bolela sengwe.
Kindly amplify your voice with respect, Constable.
Ka tlhompho e shang le ntse godimo.
My worship, ke le go pushola le o patela around 46 a show ka price mark around 46,000 per month.
Let me try to correct you. I said he pays around 46 per month. I'm not quite sure. And then are lokunita ku na ilungisa makana ya leyo anipulangi ku ri nina vumbhoni byo komba ku munhu loyi vanhu u hakela 46,000 rand hi n'hweti kambe ni te kwalaya ka mo 46 hi n'hweti.
Wa ra potšišo ya my worship, case number 2 go ya ka nyakišišo o take home ya go mabereka bona is plus or minus 11,000 rand.
And then, according to my investigations, Your Worship, where the accused person is working, his take home is plus or minus 11,000 rands. And then, we are able to see Jamina, muholo wa muheshiwa wa mumbiri. Loku say kuba koki hinkwaso 11,000 ingaba iri ehenhla kumbe hansi tsana kayona mali yo ringana 11,000 rands. That shows that he cannot be in a position to can pay an installment of that motor vehicle monthly.
In his affidavit, accused number 1 submitted before this honorable court that he is earning 31,000 rand.
Usually, more affidavit in your sexual matter are not 31,000 rands.
What is your response to that?
Karabo ya lena.
I can't know about nnete gona mara se ke nna ke switcha ke renya ke shisho gore take home is plus or minus 11,000 rand.
Might be telling the truth on that aspect, but according to our investigations, his take home is plus or minus 11,000 rands.
What do you mean?
And then angaba abulabulanti yiso kambe hina leswi ku ya vulavisisi bya hina hi ri hina hi voni la ya ka phepha ra yena but kumbexana hina hi ri vulavisisi bya hina byi hi byeli ku ri leyi a ya ku na yona kaya 11,000 rand kwalaya.
Take home, would I be correct to say, I understand you correctly, to mean that you mean his net salary
Then Hillary
is 11,000.
Hillary take home ya gage ke 11,000 rand. Ke tla ba ke bolela nnete gore le ra yona net le ra yela ya gore ka morago ge shitse ba go gile dilo ka moka wa shala ka itseng ke yona. That is correct. In the years ni bola lian lo ku se ba koketele swilo asala na ya leyo.
Is there likelihood that accused number 1, if released on bail, would evade trial? I mean accused number 2, my apologies, Your Worship. Accused number 2.
Afa ona le khonagalo ya gore ge le yena mgone ne wa go bibedi ge aka lokulwa ka bail aka chabela molato.
Yeah, my worship.
Yes. In the years loko mohehliwa go sungula o chichiwa hi bail anga balekela mnandulo one.
Kindly elaborate.
Le ka re tlhalosetse.
Like what you my worship or accused number accused number 2 una le passport you are active.
As I've already indicated, Your Worship, accused number 2, he's got a passport which is active.
Mo bona o jeng di tsa go tloka mo nageng ya Afrika borwa ba ya kana ke tsekana.
Where it shows that there are movements traveling from our country to outside of the Republic of South Africa.
Which countries, to be specific, Constable?
And then the naga tse leng gore ba di etela ke tse dife?
Asset for future tabla tse di go pola take mo ga yona, if I'm not mistaken.
Assets for Feature will elaborate more on that aspect. I only remember one, which is Turkey, if I'm not mistaken. And then ahlamsela ku ri bana moetlo wa umbiri una passport leyi tikomba ku ri ni fani yima kumbe ni huma ka tiko le ra hina ra South Africa ni ya ka tiko mambe loko ba ku u yi kwina ku aku asset for Feature kumbe la baya ba endla ku vulavisisi loko swi ta kumbe va tekela ku vanhu tinhundzu loko va tikumi hi vukungundzwana hi vona va nga ta hlamusela swo tala eka mhaka yona yaleyo leyi ni hleketaku kumbe tiko leri ni hleketaku leri ni komba ku yi ka rona i Turkey.
Let's proceed. Please tell the Honorable Court the reasons why the state is releasing, the state is opposing the release of accused number 2 on bail.
And then Jolampeli le fa mabaka a go ba neng mmusho go ba le ba neng le ganetsana le taba ya gore mgonenelo wa bobedi a ska lokolwa ka bail.
Mo taba ya go tšhabela tsheko ke re ke se ke go tšhela mathomo gore accused number 1 le Limpopo, accused number 2 o dula Gauteng. So since what I go to the movement mo kare ile banyana ni batho ba.
The other reason for me to say that accused number 2 will evade trial, as I've already indicated, that the other one resides in Limpopo, the other one in Gauteng. So there will be a lot of movement between the two.
So interference.
Secondly, interference.
Please elaborate on that issue. Interference with?
Investigations.
With the investigations. And then aku sene hlamserini kuri loko swi ta ka timhaka ta ku va nga balekela na ntulo 1 ni hlamserini kuri loko ri muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u tshama a Joni wo sungula a tshama kwala a Limpopo se ku ta va na ku yima ko tala xin'wana xa vumbirhi e timhaka ta ku ku sindzisa ku ri vulavisisi byi nga yi amahlweni.
Proceed.
Matati sama kai mara ga re bule yona molato ko office tsa rena Kendele Makua go tla le kholo go tswa go ata ka go re tumela gore ke abuti wa accused number 2.
Okay, Manyana. Few days before we can open this matter,
Your Worship, before we go further, I think the interpretation is not clear. Said few days before we can open.
Or few days after we have opened this charges were opened against the accused. Lieutenant Obaki Colonel. He was a lieutenant by then, but now it's a Colonel Makua. He received a phone call, which we believe that the call was coming from the brother, the brother to accused number 2.
Proceed.
Accused number 2,
okay, that person introduced himself as the brother to accused number 2, whom we do believe that he's a police officer in another province. And then every anga endla ku ri ku vana a kanganyisa timhaka ta endla vulavisisi I mhaka ya ku andzhaku ka loko se hi pfuli nandzu lowuwani Colonel uvi Makua uvi a kuma uvi a foneriwa hi munhu loyi a hi hleketelelaku ku ri I boti wa yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi and himpela munhu loyi uvi a titivisa hi ku yena boti wa muhehliwa wa vumbirhi.
U hopetse kopano le Makua mmotsa gore if nya ka kopano le yena a tle office go sna re ke re hlakana accused number 1 le tshimo go sna lo accused number 1 le hlakana go office jale a tle courtroom.
Then he requested to have a meeting with Colonel Makua. And then Colonel Makua said, if he wants that meeting, he should come to their offices. Again, la tswela pele la bolela taba tsa boardroom le msetho mathomo se ke tshwara gabetse bolelang le rileng.
No, Colonel Makua,
My apologies, Your Worship, I'm not doing this to disturb the court, but I'm feeling heat. I don't know because I'm next to the sun or what is the reason, but I'm asking for some air conditioner, Your Worship.
Yes, he went ahead to operate the air conditioner. I don't know what is it off.
It's not on, Your Worship. It's not on.
Anyone that has got knowledge how to operate the air conditioner. Okay, she will go and operate it.
Thank you, Your Worship. Constable, let's proceed.
Constable le ka moshele just statement sela gore khone se tolo ka gabotse.
Mothori ke ba re ke le police province e nngwe. I sure ke a motwa accuse number 2. Ufunetse Colonel Makua mkhapela kopano.
Okay, Manyana. This person who called Colonel Makua, whom we do believe that he's a police officer in another province, he called Colonel Makua and asked for a meeting with Colonel Makua.
Makua motho gore a tle officing a tlabole le office ka moka.
And then Makua told him that he should come to their offices so that he can talk to everyone there in the office.
Your Worship, my apologies. I think the Shitsonga interpretation was not done.
No, I know I was going there.
Thank you, Your
I
Worship.
wanted
Just
him
to
to finish
caution.
on this line.
Thank you, thank you.
Napili? Okay. Then the rest Makua will come and testify to that effect because the meeting was never held. And then ahlamsela ku munhu loyi hleketela ku yiphorisa loyi anga fonela Colonel Makua aku ulava ku hlangana na yena ubi angfonela angbyela ku nkombela ku hlangana na wena Makua akuna nkinga tana a ofisini ku ri na vanhu hinkwavo u ta kota ku vulavula kambe nhlangano walo a wu vangi kona se Makua u ta hlamsela swo tala loko swi ta ka nhlangano walo.
Please proceed with reasons.
Then,
why the state is opposing his application, accused number 2.
Then, Jolampele le re botse go baneng le re mosexwa bobedi a ska le go lwa ka bail.
State, can I just have 5 minutes? I can't see that person coming.
Thanks.
I will just be standing outside.
Thank you. Your Worship. Oh,
Yes, I think we'll
Okay, then while they were busy trying to buy that motor vehicle, the dealership had some suspicious. Then they kept the money. They did not give them the car.
That is when.
They did not give them the car. And then, loko ba ku va ringeta ku xava movha yona yaleyo kwele ka dealership va bona ku kuna swin'wana swo ka swi nga fambi kahle ivi va khoma mali va tlhela va nga va nyiki na movha.
And that is the 28th of October 2024.
Sorry.
And then on the 30th, accused 1 and 2 went to demand that money. Are we still there?
Then, Joe did the 28 again. Na pile ka di 30 ba se kshwa ba ya ba ba nyaka tšhelete.
And what happened?
Then ke muka ga dirala.
Ba fihlile kwa ba ya ka officing
just before they had to be clarified. Said they went there to demand money. How much? What are we talking about?
We are going there, Your Worship. I just don't want to put figures right now, to ask to solicit evidence of figures. I'll do it in the end. Thank you, Your Worship.
ba fihlile ka kwa officing ka program pucho ka gona ba lwana ba social havoc.
And then they arrived in their offices. According to the information that I got, they were fighting. They caused havoc there.
And then, accused number 2, we are certified.
As one of my sources told me that accused number 2, pardon me, was armed with a firearm. And then akubabi basuka baya kwele ti office ta bona loko ba fika le ba susa nyimpi ku hlangana and then akuloko ku ri muhehliwa wa bumbirhi ku ya hi leswi ni nga byeriwa hi munhu wa mina ba ri a khomina xibamu loyi wo ni luma ndleve.
Right, let's pass the issue of let's get through it. How much was this money that accused 1 and 2 were there to demand?
Then we live buka chelete ibe ba ile o inyaka kwa msekshwa mathomo la ubiti.
Ki 1.650 million.
I believe it was.
If it's not 1.750 million.
I do believe it might be 1,600,000, or if not 1,700,000 rands.
Your Worship, the witness said 1,650,000.
Yo, so
if not 1,750,000.
Yes, if not 1,750,000.
What 750? Can you clarify in figures? What do you mean by it?
750 le raureng ebile nna ke taba ka oketsa ka go bana 750 le raureng le 650 le 1.650 elere le nagana gore be le 1.650 goba 1.750 le raureng 1,600 1,700 le raureng
bontshitse ba yolo ship ka re 1.650 million.
Okay. And then over,
if I'm not mistaken, it's 1.750 million.
I've already indicated, Your Worship, that it might be, if I'm not mistaken, on my figures, it might be 1,650,000 rand or 1,750,000 rands, if I'm not mistaken.
Just before the state, I don't know, maybe my senses are different. I think the heater has been planted.
Yes, Your Worship, it gets hotter and...
It's worse than
I think let's have an adjournment and have people come up.
Fix it. New guy. Hey, I don't change it.
Worship, may I be provisionally?
I'm willing to go back to my
May I be
chambers for that.
provisionally excused so that I can try to call him, Worship,
Oh.
so as to assist.
Can I, so I should just adjourn and then
No,
we'll
just
check.
for a minute, Worship, I just wanted to step
I
aside.
wonder if I will always go up and down. Yet.
Emma.
I don't know what's
The court pleases. Recalling case number F473 of 26, State versus Charlotte Tibana and Peter Nonyane.
Witness Peter Gagash, you are warned that you are standing under oath.
Peter Gagash
Yes.
You testified that accused 1 and 2 went to Vonderboom Mercedes-Benz dealership. Accused number 2 was carrying a firearm. And you further testified that they arrived there, and that was the 30th of October 2024. Accused number 1 and 2 caused havoc. Can you kindly elaborate on that particular issue of causing havoc at the dealership?
Ba re jwale lena le file je file botlhatsi ba gore ga ile mosetsho wa mathomo la bobedi ba ile kwa Vanderboom ba fitla gana kwa la re ba ile ba khosa yona havoc ka mogole e bileng ka go ga le re havoc le ra gore
ke information e ke bitso o tla go sosia ka bana kwa dealership.
That is the information that I got from my source from the dealership. And then aku bari mehlo a sungula na wampiri ba ba ya le ka Mercedes-Benz ba fika ba yenda ama yona matholonga kumbe ri tule ranga tirisa ku havoc se ba ku yona havoc ira intreni ri drona rero ihlamsele rona kahle se ango ila swimeni nga byeriwa kuna mina munhu loyi a nga luma ndleve u vuya ni byela ku ri va ve va endla ku va na yona havoc.
Case number 2 o be ba tshushisa ka yona firearm para mo ofising ka mokgwa ba motho ka rona e fela footage na ke tswere go tswa kwa bona ka a e checka e ofising e ntsha mo ka ke reception.
Okay, le rile msexual we di ba re gala ba tshushisa ka sethunya sona se bana le sona. Okay, then according to the information that I got, they say that accused number 2 was threatening them with that firearm. And then the footage that I got, it does not show the offices, only the reception. I get.
Now, please tell the court who was he threatening? Who were accused 1 and 2 threatening? With this particular firearm, who did accused number 2 threaten? Are those people state witnesses?
Then, rebutseng gore mosexual wa mathomo lo wa bobedi o goba mosexual wa bobedi ibe a tshusetsa mang ka sethunya sona sengwe ditlhatsi batho bana ba go a ba tshusetsang ke nana ke ditlhatsi mo molatong mo ke na
nka seriti tlhatsi my worship ka information ke hije go tsa mane ga le mo leadership artist aksara sholo gore batho ba hala ba tshusetsa ba sa bereka mo
I cannot say with certainty that those people are witnesses or not, because I'm not even sure that those people whom he threatened, they are still working there or not, because trying to protect their lives. And then aslamsela magayako vanhu lava mi ngo a va chaviseta hi xibamu xexo I vanhu lava mi nga ku I timbhoni na eka nandzu loyiwani a na ntiyiso wa swona sweswo hi mhaka ku vanhu valavo hi ku swilo swa khalenyana mi nga kuma ku na vanhu valavo a va ha tirhi kona kwalaya eka dealership liya va kha va chavela vutomi bya vona.
Now, what was the reason for accused 1 and 2 to cause havoc at that dealership, if you remember?
Then king se si dirileng gore mosexual go ba yena mo gonanelo wa mathomo le wa bobedi ba dire havoc gana mo le dealership ge ba le go ba gana mo le rekiswa mo difatana ge ba neng le a tseba
ke re be bana ka tšhelete ya bona morago le go pole gore bele before case e bulwa.
That was when they were demanding their money back or wanted the refund. You'll remember that that was before the case was opened. And then Ari, Ako, Hiloko, Bona, Bakabalaba, Malia Bona, and Zako. Metashketa Guri, Nanfu Anga Sipuri.
Is there a likelihood that if accused 2 is released on bail, will endanger the safety of the public or will commit offenses?
Ana gona le kgonagalo ya gore ge le ena mosexual go bedi a ka bologa ka pele a ka beya maphelo a setšhaba kotsing go ba go dira melato e mengwe.
Go bua le my worship.
Yes. Loko swi nga endlakala loko muhehliwa wa vumbirhi o tshuka o chuchiwa hi bail a nga veka vutomi bya vaakatiko enghozini na ku endla milandzu yin'wana.
Please elaborate on that issue.
Ya masama thoko ke nagana ka batho ba batla go kwa leadership ya sala kgona go ya kwa bona a ya go nyaka tšhelete peke ebile a ya solfa ya am gore ba phelo a bona a kotseng.
Firstly, I'm thinking about those people who are working at the dealership. Because he went there to the dealership armed with a firearm. So I do believe that their lives are in danger. And then, Arsama Tom, Kitaba Yawar, Yena, Hafil, Akusho Sungola, Egolok, Aza, Telela at Bona Equele, Akushapswa Kona Timova, Aya Akumina Shush Bam, Shulaku.
Where is accused number 2 employed? And as what?
Homosexual bedi o bereka kae jwale ka?
Homosexual bedi o bereka ka Tshwane Tshwane Metropolitan Department officer.
He works at Tshwane as a Tshwane Metro Police officer. Then ako ipolisa ra le Tshwane kwele ka Metro Police.
Do you have investigations completed or done as to whether or not accused number 2 owns a personal firearm or he possesses a firearm duty related or a state firearm from that particular municipality?
Then but le dirile dinyakishisho go fitlha mafelong re tla go sethunya gore ge yena mosexual wa bobedi o na le sethunya se beng sa gage goba o na le sethunya sona sewe sa moshomong.
O ya le ka nyakisho tsa ka kwa molaka ka bona ba mpuditse gore ga ana sethunya se sewe ka ntle le sa mmereko.
According to my investigations, where he is working, I was told that he doesn't have any other firearm except the duty one. And then kuya hi vulavisisi bya mina le ntirhweni wa yena va ni byele ku u hava xibamu xin'wana handle ka lexi xa ntirho.
Let us go to the assets owned by the accused, that is accused number 2, if you know any.
Then a re ye go dithuto tse leng gore ke tsa gage mosexual o wa bobedi ge ba neng la tseba gore motho o na le dithuto tse leng tsa gage motho a re ye mo.
We are like open source, which is social media.
Okay. According to open source, which is social media, accused person has got houses. He's got houses. I think it's in Limpopo, Guyana.
Then some of the who Sipelaga, Mercedes-Benz V-Class, you will other financing.
And then he's also driving a Mercedes-Benz V-Class registered in his name.
What investigations are on to fixed under his name?
According to my investigations, there is no fixed properties under his name. And then akulo kuri moehliwa wo sungula wa mumbirhi loko hi ta hi nhundzu leyi a nga na yona hi ta hi swi voni kwele ka valava ka mhaka leyi ya vuhangalasi bya timhaka hi nga yona social media a ku swi komba ku u na tiyindlu a le Mpopo ni hleketa ku le Giyani u famba hi movha va nge hi yona V-class na tona tiyindlu tona teto.
If the accused, that is accused number 2, released on bail, will he destroy or conceal evidence? Is there such a likelihood? Should he be released on bail?
Jwale ge le yena mosekši wa bobedi ga ka lokolwa ka bail a ka khutiša goba gona go senya botlhatsi ga ka lokolwa ka bail. Go na le kgonagalo ya seo?
Please answer and elaborate.
Le ka no araba la fetša la tlhalosa.
O jwale ba yo shipo felo mo re ka ka setsibi sa molao re la ka le polisa o ke la go na access to.
Okay, and that is correct, Your Worship. Here we are talking about an officer of law, and then la re ke setsibi sa molao
O ke la go o na le access to like resources le chelete.
Where I do believe that he's got a lot of access, resources, money, and then akula hi vulavula hi munhu loyi a tirhelaka tihuvo kumbe a ri nga munhu loyi a tirhelaka nawu loyi a nga kotaka ku fikelela swilo swo tala timali na swona.
Proceed.
So a ka dira ntho engwe le engwe go netefatsa gore investigation a e tswele pele.
He can do anything to make sure that these investigations doesn't proceed, and then anga endla swin'wana swin'wana ku sivela ku ri vulavisisi byi nga yi mahlweni.
No further questions, Your Worship.
Are you done or you still have anything else to say?
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, but le feditse na go ba go sana le
Mo se nya go tlatsa ka sona.
Ya ke na ka o le busha khoti yo gore bobedi jwa bona case number 1 case number 2 a bona property tse di go fixed under their name se ra gore o tshaba ka mona re go tlo ba bona go fo bona.
Okay, what I also want to elaborate on accused number 1 and 2 is that they do not have fixed properties which are registered under their names. So it will be easy for them to run away from out of this country. Yeah. And then a hlamusela timhaka ta ku vumbirhi lebyi bya vona a vo va na nhundzu leyo ka yi nga tlakuleki nga le mavitweni a vona leyi nhundzu ya kona leswo swi nga endlaka ku vona loko va lava ku huma handle ka tiko lera hina ra South Africa va nga ha no famba. Ku sanalisisi n'we? That's all.
Defense, are you going to start with your cross-examination now, or will first adjourn for lunch and then you can then pursue your cross-examination thereafter?
I think in the interest of time, we'll start right after lunch because it's not going to serve any purpose. It will just be 5 minutes and then
State seem that we are somewhere 10 to 1. What time do you think we should return, both to the state and the defense?
I propose 10 to 2, Your Worship.
Is it okay?
Your Worship, I propose, because normally we would resume at 1:45, and we are for the 10 minutes prior to 1:45.
So what are you saying? We resume at 10 to 2 or what?
At 22, because there's a 10 minutes advantage.
Let's make it 10 to 2 so that people can eat properly. Somewhere others are still going to cook here. We will resume at 10 to 2. Correct.
Thank you. was adjourned for lunch, Your Worship. Constable Tibana.
Witness Putiso Tobejane, you are warned that you are still under oath. You may be seated. Defense, you may now pursue your cross-examination if any.
Court please, yes, I am instructed to proceed with cross-examination. Mr. Tobejane, there are certain questions that I would like to ask you. This emanates from your evidence with respect to the testimony that was led from Friday until today.
Diputiso tse ke di tswa mo botlhatsing bo leng gore le file ke lena botlhatsi ba bona bo leng gore le thomile go bo fa go tloga ka la botlhano fitlhelela le kgono.
Can you clarify?
Yes.
Can you clarify this point, Mr. Tobejane? When did you obtain the warrant for the arrest of accused number 1 and accused number 2?
Then, Mr. Tobejane, lengwalo la baba babedi ba swariwe mseksho wa mathomo lo bobedi le le kgweditse neng?
Okay, shokati mara ke nagana gore ke July.
I'm not sure about the date, but I think it was in July.
Worship, with permission of court, I have been provided by the state with a copy of the warrant when we requested same, so as to refresh Mr. Tobejane's memory. I humbly request to hand him up this copy for that purpose.
Se ako bako ndaku mbutsen ka swivutiso loko swi ta ka vumbhoni lebyi mina mi nga byi nyika kusuka hi wa vutlhanu ku fikisela namuntlha se papila leri ro va lava mbirhi va khomiwa miri kumirini ako a na ha swi hleketi kahle bara ni hleketa nga ku ri July se ivi gqwetha ako ni na papila leri ni nga na rona leri ni nga nyikiwa ro komba ku lava mbirhi va fanele va khomiwa ni nga ku nyika rona ku u ta kota ku tsundzuxa mihleketo ya wena.
Do you recognize the document before you, sir?
Yes.
And what is it?
King.
Warrant J50 page for accused number 1 and accused number 2.
Emanyana is a 2J50 for accused number 1 and accused number 2. And
my affidavit.
And also my affidavit. And then ki mangwalo ama ima maphepha mambirhi o hlamusela ku ri vahihluwa lava va fanele va khomiwa ra muhihluwa wo sungula na ra muhihluwa wumbirhi ku ri na yona affidavit ya mina.
And just so that you can be certain, what date appears to be the date in which you applied for the warrant as well as the date in which it was authorized?
But Chachile Nali Dilim Hopel, ya, Lumalo Nali Willa, Baba Bedi, Baswari, Lit Chachile, Lifilu Lumalo Nali, or Chachile do military, or Cabinet Baba Bedi Batuntu Baswari, Guinea, Lining.
Hopefully, July, July.
Application was made on the 30th of July and it was also authorized on the 30th of July. Then Shikombel she employed the 30th of July, she mukeriwa the 30th of July, she fumeleriwa the 30th of July.
Will I be correct to say that on the 30th of July, you had the full particulars of accused number 1 and accused number 2?
Jwale ke tla ba ke bolela nnete ke re ka di 30 tsa July e be ile na le botlhatsi ka botlalo ge re tla go ditaba tsa yena msexual mathomo wa mbiti. That is correct. Intiso ani rina bushoko hinkwabyo loko swita ka mhehliwa wo sungula na wa mbiri.
Will I be correct that you testify that you arrested accused number 1 on the 17th and accused number 2 on the 14th of August?
Ke tla ba ke bolela nnete gore mosexual mathomo le motshwere ka di 17 and then o wa bobedi le motshwere ka di 14 tsa August. That is correct. Intiso mhehliwa wo sungula no nkhomi hi ti 17 lo wa mbiri no nkhoma hi ti 14 ta August.
Is there any reason why it took you 14 days to be able to execute this warrant of arrest?
Is there any?
Okay. With respect to accused number 2, is there any reason why it took you 14 days for you to execute the warrant that the court had already authorized on the 30th of July, notwithstanding the fact that you had the full details of accused number 2?
Ba jole go na le baka le dirileng gore lena le yemele mat le dule sebaka matjatja 14 a ba feta le tshole motshware mole le na le dilo ka monka go ba botsebi ka monka go ba le tseba di tlhaka monka ka yena go ka tja yena mosekishwa wa bobedi mole lo ngore e kudu ka baka la gore le ngwanelela le gopetse ka di 30 tsa July ke monka ba fetsa ba le fa lona ka di 30 tsa July. Yes, we do have reasons to that effect.
What are those reasons, sir?
We plan this team.
Your Worship, I'm not arising with an intent to disturb, but I still hear the mixture of languages. I'm not sure whether the witness for God and maybe can be reminded. Thank you, Your Worship.
Mr. Torejale, I don't know, maybe you should listen to yourself. You either speak Spain or English. And avoid mixing, going and taking this as if it's a vernacular etc. Use one language at a time. Do you understand?
I don't know, I am a more pulling I can scan a rate,
maybe understanding English but communicating in Spain.
Yeah, sure, the kind of issues who fella very natural and speed
with a raised voice.
Right.
Thank you, Defense. Mamlaka, you can proceed.
Escort, please. You were still explaining the rationale behind the 14-day gap from the obtaining of the J50 to the execution thereof.
Belisa tlhalosa gore go tlile jwang gore go be le matšatši ana wa matelele le a tšereng a go se mosware ka morago ga matšatši a 14 le sa tlhalosa gore tshepedišo ya lena e tsamaya jwang.
Tshepedišo ya rena ke re ya go berekela kwa ntle gore ya go dira re go tshwara motho ra beakanya le se team.
Okay, then if we are intending or we are going to arrest a person outside, we do the preparations. Then we also request things that we are going to use when we are about to effect the arrest. Don't just wake up in the morning and say we are going to arrest. They deposed us actually at that certain place and then task us accordingly. And then ako loko hi fanele hi ya ku communicate munhu loyi anga wa le handle kuna leswi swi fambisiwaka kumbe kuna leswi endliwaka xo sungula ha ti lungisela xa vumbirhi hi ti lungisela na swilo leswi hi nga ta fanele ku swi tirhisa loko hi ya khoma munhu yaloyo a ho pfuka nampundzu hi ku hi ya ku khomeni ka munhu xin'wana xa kona ho yisiwa kumbe ku byeriwa ku ri fambani ka ndhawu yo karhi and then xin'wana xa kona va tlhela va hi byela ku ri ni endla yini.
Is that the reason why you took 14 days to arrest?
My worship or digital application, very regular kinds of province around digital application. Application. That's my backup.
And the other thing is that I made an application to go so that I can go and work outside with my other colleagues. It was rejected due to their own reasons. And if we are going to work outside the province, we don't just go, we make an application. And then, shaku ifanele shaku ifanele ya tirhela ahandle na vatirha kuloni kambe xikombelo xexi va xi ala mi swi tivi ku va xi ale leri ngo yini swi tiviwa hi vona loko hi tirhela handle a wo tshuka no ya handle ku na xikombelo lexi endliwaka.
On the same breath, let's say we accept indeed that you had these internal challenges to get to accused number 2, who's at this moment in time residing outside the province of Limpopo. What then have you done with respect to accused number 1 up until the 14th of August? And I say this on the basis that you testify that you've got some affidavits from the LPC regarding accused number 1, who obviously have particulars and details of an office. What have you done to secure accused number 1, who was within this province, within what I would say a stone throw away from you in the same town, as far as from the 30th until the 14th of August?
Then, okay, ya mo sexual bobedi ra e kwa ra ipishisha ya gore le tlhakane le bothata mo le mole re tla go tabatsa dithulaganyo tsa mo officing ya lena gore le kgone mo tshwara matsatsi a 14 a ba a feta akere jwale gona le dirile eng ka sexual wa bobedi o le gore o dula gana mo province ya bolena gana mo Limpopo mo le gore le tlhalositse gore ibile ba le shetse le mo reportilana kwa LPC. So yena o le gore o dloba maishane ha le goba o dloba gaufi le lena yena ka re lebeletse taba tsa gore le re motswere ka re 14 tsa August.
My worship ga senke ka re ke repotile accused number 1 LPC ke na agreement le accused number 1 mo ka gona go report LPC a senke ka re ke mo report LPC ke rile ka family ga mathabata mo report LPC not investigating officer.
I never said that I'm the one who reported her at LPC. I only said the Matabate family, they're the ones who reported her there at LPC.
I also never asked you that. Maybe let me rephrase. Perhaps it's an issue of interpretation. My question is strictly as follows. What have you done to secure the arrest of applicant number 1 from the 30th until the 14th, in view of the fact that you testify that you have an affidavit from officials of the LPC, and on that basis you'll obviously have particulars of accused number 1, and accused number 1 practicing here in Polokwane? Not that you reported her, you didn't have capacity to do so.
You should not be that long because I might not be able to capture each and everything that you're saying.
It's fine, no?
But I got it, it's fine. Then, Arlene Nabek Sikibuleli so, Fela Kiri, Sex Bulletin Kiri, Lekiri Legadi date, Gadi date hacker. But le dirile eng o fitlhella ka di 14 le nna seng ke re lena le mo reportile LPC ke rile ba LPC ba na le affidavit ene o tlhakantse le taba tsa gore ba LPC ba na le botlhatse go ba na le dilo tse dintsi tse go batsi ba di tseba ka yena le dirile eng re lebeletse taba ya go motho ba re o tswa gana mo Polokwane
ba go shitse tswa Polokwane ga se gore ke tsoga foro ka ya go motshwara ya applique ya khopelo ya gore ra go tshwara motho re go provide details ka mo ka tsa case ba provide the resources
the issue of her staying in Polokwane, it doesn't mean that I'll just wake up in the morning, go and arrest her. We are required to make some application. And then we make applications when it comes to the resources that we are going to use when we are about to effect arrest. ABC ahlangisela timhaka ta ku u endli yini kusuka hi ti 30 ku fikisela hi ti 14 ta July ta Mkhoma loyi wa la Polokwane hi ku u hlamuseri ku ri ba LPC kuna affidavit leyi humaka ka LPC and vanhu lava va le LPC munhu lo va mutiva and u tshama kwala Polokwane ivi se loko a tihlamulela aku ku tshama ka yena Polokwane a swi vuli ku ndo pfuka na mpondo ni fika no Mkhoma kuna swilo leswi swi endliwaka kuna swikombelo leswi endliwaka ku ri hi tle kombela na swilo leswi hi fanele hi swi tirhisaka loko hi ya ku khomeni ka munhu yaleyo munhu wona waleyo.
The applicant testified that in as much as she became aware that you are seeking to execute an arrest warrant on her on the 14th, she handed herself up to you on the 17th. What is your comment to that?
Baku yena mohishwa uri loko sentale mo napile yena mo gonelo a re ditlole mo gore gape ke anya ke ka 14 ke moka a kitlisha ka di 17 wena o reng ka taba
ke netu o tlhira 17.
That is correct. She came on the 17th.
Now,
so we are at the 17th.
You testified that if applicant number 1 was to be granted bail, she will evade the trial. How do you correlate the two between the fact that on the 14th she became aware that you need her, in as much as you did not arrest her on the 14th. Some 2 days later, on her own volition, she brought herself to you for purposes of execution of the warrant. How do you correlate the preposition that you gave to court that she will evade vis-a-vis the fact that she eventually brought herself to law enforcement?
Napile moemedi wa msekishware jwale TMPD o di nyalantsha jwang ka gobane motho o kwile re wanyeke ya ka di 14 ka morago ga matsatsi a mabedi a kitlisha court wena o re motho ha ka lokolwa ka bail o to thabela molato jwale ngo re tlhalosetse mo tabeng tse pedi ka gore motho shu wa kisha court he ba re wanyeke wena wa rawa motho ha ka lokolwa ka bail to tshaba.
My worship, warrant of arrest ke sore J50 a ere go tlhatse police station e re ke mola ke mo le go ke khopetsa address ao go tloga ka 14 August 2024 go ba go fihlela ke tlo mo swara ka manti ya gana go petsa mola go gona.
Your worship, the warrant of arrest J50 that I'm in possession of, it doesn't say that the person must just brought him or herself to the police station. It says that I should go and arrest that person wherever he or she is. From the 14th of August, I was requesting that she tells me her whereabouts, and she was not. And then, I go. Loko ku ri papila rona ri riya ra ku munhu a khomiwa a ri zi ri hlamusela ku ri munhu fane a titisa police station ri swi veka kahle ku ri mina ni fane ni n'wi khoma kusuka hi ti 14 ni kha ni n'wi vutisa ku ri u le kwihi ku ni ta ya ni ya n'wi khoma a kha ni jikajika.
Mr. Tovajani, when did you get, or when were you placed in possession of the passport of applicant number 1?
Then passport yamu sexual mathomo ba lefile yona ni
Ke nagana gore ke ka la bone ka di 20 August 2024.
ka di 20 August 2024. I believe it was on Thursday 20th of August 2020
Sorry, 2026.
2026.
Okay.
And then Themba kuri akuri wa mune the 20th August 2026.
Will I be correct to say that from the 14th to the 17th, at the time where she handed herself over to your office, she was in possession of a passport?
Ke tlabe ke bolela nnete gore go tloga ka di 14 go fitla ka di 17 a ke tlisha officing tsa lena ibe ana le yona passport eo. That is not correct. Akusweswo a hintiyiso swa ku kusuka hi ti 14 ku fikisela hi ti 17 a ri na passport loko a hetelela a ti tisa ti officing ta bun'we ta hina.
Mr. Tovajani, you just testified that you got the passport on the 20th of August. So, who had the passport at that time?
Le fetsa go bolela gore o le file passport ka di 20 tsa August. Ka nako e ka moka yona passport e bena le ma.
Ka di 20 mo bekeng ke ile ka kwa police station o fonisitse a case number 1 ke na tshusitse phone ya colleague ya ka o founela ba tswe ba go ba tshise passport e tlile a ke sno wa go verify address kwa.
Accused number 1 called, he used my colleague's cell phone to contact her parents that they should bring her passport at the offices.
Then Mosara ke mmereko ba mpitsa kwa isebetsa police station ba re ke passport a case number 1.
Then during the day while I was on duty, I was called that I should come to the cells to collect the passport of accused number 1. And then ako moetlo wa go sungula o bi a founela batswari ba yena gore ba ta kota go tana passport la at office ta yena o bi a tirisa phone ya ngwanyana loyi tira ku na yena gore kumbe mtira clothes se ibina sikani ni bini phone riwa ba kutana leti seleni u ta teka passport ya moetlo wa go sungula.
Mr. Tovajani, the question is, who exercised control over the passport from the 14th until the 17th, according to your understanding? Since you didn't have it in your possession, who had control over that passport?
Usually, lena e ka re putshiso gore chi e gakala go tloga ka di 14 go fitlhela ka di 17 ke mang e be a gona go fitlhela passport yo ka re lena be le sene yo. Maybe I don't understand the question.
I put it to you, sir, for you to understand that as far as the 14th and the 17th is concerned, applicant number 1 exercised control over her passport, and it was not in the position of the state at that time.
Then nna ke a le botsa gore le kgone go kwishisha mo sexual mathomo e be passport e be le mo go yena ka di 14 o fitlhela ka di 17 ka gore be sina ba mmusho goba ba tshutshise goba lena maphodisa ba re jwale be le mo yena ke yena a le tseba ana le matla a o ka kgona go shumisa passport eo goba be le mo yena
Power ya ke tsi gore ke mo wena wa se mo wena nna ntwe ke tsba gore colleague ya ka fule phone ke be ke na le bona a phone ya batswa ba ga go ba tshise passport ka nnete ba itlishitse ke tutja passport e mo disele.
That one I know nothing about that, but what I know is that she used my colleague's phone to contact his parents so that she must bring the passport. Indeed, the passport was brought at the police station. I went and fetched it at the SABC. Then I go share so many TV. Kambe lexi xi tivaka ku yena u ya kombela phone ya munhu loyi tirhaka na yena munhu ivi a fonela vatswari va yena ku ri ti-sun passport himpela ni vi ni yita ni ya kwele tiseleni ni ya teka passport.
On the instructions of applicant number 1 is the fact that she had control over that passport, and therefore the question is your preposition that she will evade her trial if granted bail. We submit that it's not supported by the objective evidence before us, being one, as soon as you sought her arrest from the 14th, while she had the passport which enabled her to travel outside the Republic, she remained here in the Republic.
Se anapile ara wa tshego o tse wena o di bulelang tsa gore motho a ka tshebela molato ona ra go botsa gore tse wa se di nnete ka go baneng re ro tlhaositse re tla go le go tala tsena tsa passport ka gore e sale a tseba gore yena o nya ka go tshwariwa go ba nya go motshwara ka di 14 ene ba ntjana le yona passport yona eo ba re ra le botsa gore be le mo matlong a gae e ka be le motho wa go tha ba ta ba jile fast
Nka be ke se motho bana ka tshebela molao.
If she was a person who was not going to evade trial, she would have allowed me to arrest her on the 14th. Baku nina mjela ku mundu passport ya mabuku na yena ku yana tsena lo ya angana passport ya le ya yena ene na kula khomiwa u stiviti 14 loko a tiyimiserile ku la ku tsutsuma a ta va chavi khale kumbe kona ku baleka se ivi yena a ku loko ku ri a nga tiyimiselangi ku baleka a ta va pfumeli ku ni khoma hi ti-14 tona teto.
Mr. Bajan, it's a fact that she handed herself over to you at a period where she exercised full control of that passport. It's not a question of what could have happened on the 14th. I'm raising a specific issue with you regarding the likelihood that she will evade, that despite being in possession of travel documents, she still came to you.
Ba re jwale a se taba tsa gore go tlo ba go tshwantse go di eng ka di 14 go ba eng se nna re se bolelang go gore re bolela ka kgonagalo yeo ya gore lena le o tlo tshaba gape ka nako eno ewe ebe a sana le yona passport ewe a e swere mo go yena. Karabo?
No, I think we're going to petition my lord.
Don't understand the question.
It's okay. Applicant number 1 testified that she does not have any assets outside the Republic. And again, following up on the 14th and the 17th, the position of the passport, she has testified before this court that she has got no assets outside the Republic. And we submit, we just wish for your comment on that aspect of the fact that she had the travel document, she didn't travel, and she has nothing outside the Republic. What's your comment to that?
Msishwa matomo thalusitse gore nna ke ne thutu e beng maineng ya ka ntle mo na ntse dingwe ene se sengwe gape le taba ya gore re lebeletse gore motho le passport gala a iswere mo seatleng lena le reng ka taba tseo gore nna ka kwa ntle ga naga ya South Africa a ke ne selo gape ba le passport o na le yona le reng ka taba eo.
O henta in passport ga gagwe a se gore a se flatile ka gore passport o ke ntho ka dira ka 30 minutes e o inyaka.
For her to hand over her passport doesn't mean that she's not a flight risk. because you can do a passport within 30 minutes if you want. And then ku timakata ku yena uyinyikile passport asibuli nchumu sweswo asibuli ku yena a hi munhu loyi a nge le ngozini a nga chavela ku nandzu lowani hi mhaka ku loko lava passport swi teka na nchumu 30 minutes u nga yi kuma.
Va chavela mola wa soro va ri ku kile u yi twa ka nageng ya Afrika Borwa.
And then to evade trial doesn't mean that one should just leave the Republic of South Africa.
That aspect, with respect, Mr. Tovejan, will deal with it in argument, particularly because the evidence that is before court today, as far as that aspect is concerned, is that with all those possibilities, as you are saying, that she could have run to some other parts of SA, she still came to you.
But here where na re tlo ibolela hentse dia dinyanishana pela khoro ka hore godimo ga ditaba tse ka moka tsona le di bulleteng tsa hore o yena motho a ona le kgonagalo ya hore a ka tshaba fela a sinki ka a tshabi a ntse a sa tshwere a na le passport. And then ako swa ko munhu a nga tshabela nandzu a hi timhaka to yena a tsutsuma a huma a handle ka tiko ra hina nambi ebi swin'wana a hlamusela timhaka ta levi se gqwetha ri ku sweswo hi ta swi vulavula loko se hina hi hlamusela huvo ku nandzu loyiwani wa xikombelo xa beli wu vona njhani hi mhaka ku hinkwaswo leswi nga swi hlamusela la mahlweni ka huvo swa ku ta chava na yini a nga chavangi ku ve passport u na yona mavokweni na yena.
Mr. Tovejan, you in your examination in chief dealt with an aspect to do with a Matabata family that, according to your testimony, appears to be clients of accused number one, being applicant number one for purpose of today. Do you perhaps know if that family remains clients of accused number one as of today, in terms of a professional services?
But then lena ge le fa botlhatsana mo le boletse ka la pala Matabate jwale ka batho ba le hore ke batho ba homosexual wa mathomo goba re ka re ke batho ba homosexual mathomo ba mo hirileng gore a ba thushe jwale ba re potšišo kore le a tseba na a hele baneng batho ba Matabata e sa le batho ba le hore ba hirile ba sa berekishana le yena homosexual o wa mathomo na
awa a ke tsebe gore na boemo jwa ngwane jwale te ke tseba gore ke ba le mo processing ya go mo tlosa jwale ka berekishane mo
mang wa tlosha ya go mo tlosha
bana ba Matabata mo processing ya go remove accused number one.
I don't know what is the current position right now, Your Worship, but what I know, or the information that I have, is that the Matabata family, they were in a process of firing accused number one.
Based on that, are you prepared to accept that if at this point in time they remain her clients, she then would have been entitled at the time that you allege that she contacted them to contact them because they were her clients, and that an attorney and client relationship existed at that time?
But usually kaba kala taba tsona tšeo tša gore tšenela le fetša gore tlhalosana mo le a tseba gore a ka no ba a ile a homosexual mathomo a ile a boledišana le bona ka gobaneng ba tshwanetše ka gobaneng ka nako ene eoe e be e sa le batho ba leng gore yena o šoma mmogo le bona. I'm not sure about that. And then baku a hlamusela timhaka ta ko a ni swi tivi ku ri na ka nkarhi wa sweswi hi munhu loyi wa tirha na vanhu va ka Matabate kambe leswi ni nga byeriwa hi vanhu va ka Matabate va te a va endla xikombelo xa ku va fane va mu susa a nga ha vi yena a va pfunaka eka tifayili ta vona ivi a ku a henhleni ka leswi wena u nga swi vulavula u nga yi kaneta mhaka ya ku munhu loyi muhehliwa wo sungula a yisa mahlweni na ku vulavurisana na va ka Matabate hi ku hi nkarhi wona wa luya loko a vulavula na vona a ka ha ri vanhu lava a tirhisanaka na vona.
The point I'm trying to make to you is on an assumption basis, because you yourself cannot give an accurate answer, that in the event that it is found that at the time that you allege that she contacted them, and by the way, which she denies, there would have been nothing wrong with that, because they would have still remained headlines, and an attorney and client relationship would have existed at that time that authorized her to be able to contact headlines in a professional capacity.
Lena oba wena o bolela ka bona bo go sne phosho e beng gona ka gore motho o gale a berekana le ba mathabate kudu re lebeletse taba ya er ibile yewe ya go boletse le bona wa e gana mara re do fishetse re go bolela gore kana go yela e be go sne bothata ba ra ka bolela le bona ka gore batho bana e be ile batho ba gage ba thusha
nna ke nagana gore e be ile bothata ka gore o ba fonetse gantši
According to me, I think that was a problem because she was calling them constantly and then until they blocked her and they were busy saying she must stop calling them. And then ako kuya himina ni bona ku ri na xihoxo hi mhaka ku aba fonela siku rin'wana aba fonela minkarhi yo tala loko aba fonela minkarhi yo tala va n'wi byela va ku nga hi foneli ivi va za va hetelela va n'wi bloka.
The point I'm making to you, sir, which is as clear as it can get, is this: that if at the time that you allege she called them, a mandate had not been officially terminated in terms of the processes of the law, there would have been nothing wrong in law for her to contact headlines.
Jwale nna ntlha e leng gore ke nyako itlhaisha mo ke ya gore ge e baneng gale a ba founela ba setho ba mokobi semmušo be go sene phošo ye ba e dira ka gore batho ba beisale batho ba gage a re nna ntlha e ke nyako itlhaisha mo goba ke nyako go bontšha gabotse ke gore ge e baneng mosadi o legale a ntse a tswela pele a ba founela kere e be go sene bothata ge e baneng bo ba setho ba mokobi go ya ka molao. Yeah,
no comment.
No comment.
It's okay. You testify that the genesis of this matter comes from a dealership in Pretoria, in Vanderboom. Am I correct?
Vanderboom, Pretoria. That is not correct. I never said, or maybe I missed the genesis meaning.
I'm trying to say that you testified that at the commencement of the alleged offense was at a place there in Vanderboom, because you testified that accused 1 and 2 approached a particular dealership to purchase a motor vehicle.
Awa ke bile ka mkhono no ke yona are nna se ke sibolela kere le rile o ba buya ka botlhatsi ba lena le rile molatlo o diagetse kwa Vanderboom ka ge mosešwa mathomo le wa bedi ba le ka go reka sefatanaga.
My worship asinge ka re matutsi le rete Vanderboom ke rile molatutsi le rete go kwa ka tswa le go ja le go kwa ne le go.
I never said this matter commenced at in Polokwane. I mean in Vanderboom. I said here in Polokwane. That is why we're finding ourselves sitting here in Polokwane.
Sir, those issues that you are now dealing with, it's not what I'm asking you, but let me rephrase. You testified, in fact, it also exists in your own warrant that you have in your affidavit, that accused number 1 and 2 approached a dealership in Vanderboom in Pretoria.
Actually, okay, iriki ka tsela yeki lena le buletse gore mosešwa mathomo la bobedi ba ile ba ya go yona dealership kwa Pretoria le J50 ya lena e tlhalosa sona seo. That one is correct. Ebe akomina anzange nikumlandu le sungulile a Pitori Vanderboom. And leswi nga swivulisa swona secretary okay one swi veka hi ndlela leyi nga ta swi twisisa wena u ri vumbirhi bya vanhu lavambirhi kumbe vanhu lavambirhi va vi va tlakuka va ya kwale ka dealership a Vanderboom a ku sweswi ntiyiso.
And that the draft charge sheet as well as your affidavit on the warrant supports the position that a complainant is one person that is appointed or that works for Mercedes-Benz. Am I correct?
Bakuna barina pile li tlakala la molato le tlhalosa ga botse gore mollo ke motho le gore o shumela kwa Mercedes-Benz Vanderboom. Correct. Iti so gore ngwani wa bapoti ba nantu o tirela le a Vanderboom.
That's what I was trying to say. The genesis of the matter is in Vanderboom.
Ke se ke le ka mo se bolela gore ga botse botse ditaba di thomile hana kwa Vanderboom.
My worship with it. I fara ka ba sa jwa ka mo ko. That is where the chapter profile is because what the fruit of fare ti do mo kwa.
Your worship, as I've already testified that they have defrauded the files which are here in Polokwane. That is why we are finding ourselves here in Polokwane. Ni vini swihlamsela ku ri vanhu lava wani va endle vukungundzwani eka milandzu kumbe eka tifayili leti nga la a Polokwane hi swona swi endlaka ku hi tikuma hi ri kwala namuntlha.
In as much as you are still busy with your investigation and we'll deal with that at the ultimate trial, will I be correct to say that the complainant remains that individual from Mercedes-Benz for purpose of the time that...
Switch off your
Sorry about that, Your Worship. I got distracted. There seems to be a phone that is ringing in the front. I humbly request the court to remind our colleagues because it's quite distracting.
Please ensure that all your phones are off. Everyone else.
Now, if we are in agreement that a complainant is working for Mercedes-Benz, would we then be also in agreement if we put it to you that neither of the families, the alleged clients of accused number one, are complainants at this moment in time, as far as your affidavit is concerned and the facts that are before court, insofar as what the state has led? That the ultimate complainant is at Mercedes-Benz due to the alleged commission of financial crimes.
He baneng re a dumellana gore molli mo molatong o ke mmereki wa kwa Mercedes-Benz. Aga a gona loti o lo more mosekisha e be a ba thusha ka di file o le more re lebeletse botlhatsa wa batho ba tsene lebeletse re ka ke molli.
O jwale my worship.
That is correct. And then aku inti sokuri loko hina uti bumbuni ka nkarhi wa sweswi a hi nge vuli loko hina uti bumbuni lebyiwani bya ko le Mercedes-Benz because munhu loyi a nga yena mupoti wa nandzu wa le ka Mercedes-Benz hi nge vuli ku na munhu loyi a nga mupoti wa minandzu loko hi languti lava wani a tirhanaku na tifayili ta vona. Aku hava na un'we ka lava a tirhaka na tifayili ta vona loyi hi nga ta ku I mupoti wa nandzu.
With that understanding, I put it to you that any contacts whatsoever that you may allege were made by either accused one or accused number two to anybody out there will not alter anything, because the complainant in this case is a person in his representative capacity appointed by Mercedes-Benz.
Arjole nna ke a le botsa gore poledisano efe kapa efe section mathomo ba o bedi a ka e dirang le motho mo le mo yewe e ka sebe le seabi molato ngwana o ke ka go bane ga ile molle ke molle o le gore o ikemi ka bo yena wa go berekela Mercedes Benz.
Defense, is it not wise to drive this line of questioning for argument? Because in a criminal case, the complainant is the state. Is it not wise to reserve that for?
Your Worship, I submit not, and the basis for that is this. My line of questioning is going to a particular point.
Thank you. Let you not disclose your point.
Yes.
Abo dzela yena gotha gore a o bone swiantswa sweswo e ta tsubutisa ta swihlamusela endzhaku ke abo hayi kuna xivangelo lexi ni endlaku ku mina ni khumba kwalano se va ku hayi u nga hlamuseli u ya mahlweni ngoni yisa mahlweni na swivutiso swa wena.
I was seeking a comment from this.
No comment, my worship.
You also testified that, and perhaps I wish to just clarify that the questions may interchange between 1 and 2 based on what you said, so there shouldn't be any confusion. You testified that because accused number 2 is an officer of the law in the form of a traffic officer there at the city of Tshwane, he will be able to potentially interfere with investigation or tamper with evidence. Am I correct?
Le file botlhatsi la re ge le yena msekisho wa bobedi ka gore ke moshumedi wa mmusho wa molao ke motho o leng gore a ga ka lokolwa a ka shitisha goba gona go shitisha dinyakišišo ke nnete sewe. Yes.
Perhaps we'll just seek clarification from you. If we accept that the complainant sits at Mercedes-Benz, how do you suggest that accused number 2 will be able to tamper with electronic evidence that has been stored at the custody of a big company such as Mercedes-Benz by merely just being a traffic officer?
Then nko le re tlhalosetseng taba eke ga botse re kgone go kwishisha jwale yena msekisho wa bobedi o tshwenyana jwang le taba tse tsa dinyakišišo goba gona go šitiša gore o diwe dinyakišišo nka mo leng gore molla ke wa Mercedes-Benz ke company e kgolo bohlatsi ba gona bo mo re ka no re tsona di computer goba eng jwale yena ka o duba lephodisa la kwa metro yena o sinya jwang bohlatsi bona bo goba go šitiša go dia gore dinyakišišo di tswele pele.
Go šitiša dinyakišišo go tswela pele ga se fela go wala access go electronic evidence go ya kwa Mercedes-Benz ka go yena go šitiša dinyakišišo.
For him to tamper with the evidence is not just that lireless I say in
go šitiša dinyakišišo ga so go ba access to electronic evidence fela.
Oh, it's not for him to have an access to the electronic evidence only by the fact of him going there to the Mercedes-Benz or Mercedes-Benz. La we are Mercedes-Benz in
we are Mercedes-Benz how go tja bona batho ba o ga ba mothuša kwa tšeo a go tja go tsona go šitiša dinyakišišo.
For him to go to Mercedes-Benz, told them whatever that he wanted, it is to interfere with the investigations. And then ahlamsela makako ute yena moitli wa bombiri iphorisa raka metro se loko a ri phorisa raka metro uta endla ku ri vumbhoni vunga ku ri va nga vulavisisi byi nga yi mahlweni hi ndlela yihi hi ku loko hi langutini ute mumpoti wa nandzu eka nandzu loyiwani I munhu wo tirha eka Mercedes-Benz se na vumbhoni bya kona ba dzitumbetile ka swilo leswi swa xilungu nga swi vitana ku njhani toti computer kumbe yini se u ta swi fikelela njhani a ri phorisa ntsena se a ngo ku endla ku ri ku nga vi na vulavisisi byi nga yi mahlweni a hi ntsena ku ri yena a fikelela vumbhoni lebyi nga le ka tikhompyuta kumbe ka yini na ku ya kwele ka ma-Citizens ntsena a fika va byela sweswi a va byela swona a swo sweswo hi ku endla ku ri vulavisisi ku sivela vulavisisi ku ri byi nga yi mahlweni.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that besides the date in which allegedly a refund was sought, either of the applicants have returned to Mercedes-Benz, the very same specific dealership?
Then dina le botlhatsi ba go tlhatsela gore batho ba babedi ba ile ba buella kwa ana kwa dealershiping yona ile Mercedes-Benz ka ntle ga tšatši le ba re ba ya ba nyaka tšhelete ya bona morago go na le botlhatsi bo bongwe ba go tlhalosa gore ba ile ba buya gape. No, I don't have such evidence. And now mboni zo hlamusela gore lava mbirhi handle ka siku leri avange va yini va ve va tlhelela futhi.
I worship, I beg the court's indulgence to approach accused number 2.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Worship. Is it correct that at the time that they went to, or allegedly went to seek the refund, they were not under any investigations at that time by law enforcement?
Ke nnete na gore nako e la ba ya ba re ba nyaka tšhelete ya bona morago be go sene dinyakišišo tše e leng gore di a diwa kgatlhanong le bona ke ba molao. That is correct. I ntiyiso ku ri loko va ya leni va ku va lava mali ya vona ndzhaku a ku nga si za ku va na vulavisisi lebyi a byi endliwa a henhleni ka vona hi va nawu.
Both accused 1 and 2 testified that they have been aware of this matter or their disputes with Mercedes-Benz as far back as 2024. And up until to this day, they did not interfere with that process at Mercedes-Benz. In fact, they've gone on to attach an annexure to their bail affidavit with permission of this court. Your Worship, I would like to question the witness on the contents of this particular letter. However, it has been attached to the exhibit A and B for both parties. Will the court allow me to hand this? I've got a copy on me, unless if the position is that I must show them what is on the affidavit.
State an objection?
No objection, Your
It means you can pursue.
Let's continue. May I to assist you too?
Babu,
You check if the document is the same.
Oh, that's all.
I did check it, Your Worship. I can just...
I've been courteous enough, Your Worship, to show them what we
did.
intended to lead evidence on. Time has.
Thanks, Your Worship. I'm satisfied.
Defense, you can proceed.
napile before Alpha Pampiri ba sa bolela ka taba ya gore ba babedi bentse ba tseba gore ba nyakišišiwa go tloga ka 2024 fela a sanke ba tsenelela ka gare ga dinyakišišo goba go thibela gore dinyakišišo tše di tšwele pele. So go na le pampiri nngwe le leng gore re ile ra ifa kgoro gore tlaletše botlhatse go bontšha gore go bontšha gore ka nnete-nnete bentse re tseba gore ra nyakišišiwa go tloga ka 2024. So pampiri ya gona ke ye le mo matlhong a lena.
Were you familiar with the contents of that letter? Have you seen that letter before?
Pampiri e ba re nkile la e bona pele.
before.
No. And then bakula bambiri bare hina stiva kusuka khale kwalavisisiwa kusuka hi 2024 akula bambiri bakavastiva ku ri va lavisisiwa hi 2024 abazangi va endla swilo leswi swi sivelaka ku vulavisisi byi ya mahlweni se a ku ni ta ku nyika phepha rin'wanyana ro komba timhaka teto se phepha leri u zu ri vona na ka ku nga va ku va wena a ku a ndzi tshama ni ri vona.
Just beg the court's indulgence. I would like to open a copy of the said letter. Mr. Tobajana, I would like to refer you specifically to paragraph 3 of the said letter. Are you there?
Regana mo paragraph number 3. Yes, yes.
The applicants have testified that as a result of what is on paragraph 3, they became aware that a certain Colonel Makua at the time was involved in this matter from SAPS, whose details appear there on the email. That's what they testified to in their bail affidavit.
Very usually, basekishwa ba file mtlhatsi ba hore rina re ile ra le mo shwa go ba go tsebishwa gore go na le dinyakishisho tse leng gore di a diwa godimo ga dinyakishisho tsona tsewe motho a dirang dinyakishisho goba o mongwe le gore o gare ga dinyakishisho tsona tsewe ke yona colonel yes Makua ba re gona gana mo pampiring eke.
Is the colonel that is referred to there the same one that you were testifying about earlier on, that you were referring to? I just want to confirm that.
Kinya go re netefatse taba e ke colonel o go bolelwang ka yena ke yena o a bolelang ka yena ke yena o lena le file mtlhatsi ka yena
ke tano ke yena mara something is not right because he believed that colonel mo ke bona colonel Makua.
I would just say it's him, but there's something which is not right because he was a Lieutenant Colonel Makua. Here it's just Colonel Makua.
Your Worship, it's not an objection. I know it may be perceived to be quite time wasting if I rise time and again to request.
No, you're entitled to.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your Worship, I heard that the witness said something is not right. It's still a mixture of languages again. And I am of a prima facie view that the state witness would perhaps want to use English. Maybe he's running short of certain phrases or statements in English, I don't know. But I'm just saying, Your Worship, if he would like to use English, perhaps he can use English. But I'm just saying, Your Worship, it's quite disturbing if I rise time and again to say the same thing. We understand, Your Worship, I personally understand that he may be enjoying both languages, but at least to choose one, as the court pleases.
Yeah, I've noted your concern, but I have also noted that the generation of today, as they speak, they always infuse certain languages in their sentences. And I am not seeing him far different from this generation as per the perception.
As the court pleases.
But my viewpoint is, Mr. Tobajani, try your best to speak the speed. I think he's not deliberately doing it. I can see that he seems to be believing he's speaking speed.
Correct, Your Worship.
Yeah.
Correct. It's not a deliberate.
Not English, Tobajani. Speak only speed.
Thank you, Your Worship.
ke a tseba le go bolela speaking ya go bolela sekgowa le sekgowa ka monno le o lo phela ya magafetsa le gafetsa a re gape le a tlhakantšha ke le kwela ke rena setšhwetsa understood.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Member.
Thank you.
Escort, please, Your Worship. Mr. Tobajan, have you had an opportunity to read through the entire paragraph 3?
Leilela khomela monyetla wa go bala yona paragraph 3 ka no.
I'm inviting you, if you may, to read paragraph 3.
If you want to paragraph 3.
Is it not wise that you defend because you know the paragraph? Read it so that it be
Escort, please. I'll assist you.
Yes.
Paragraph 3 reads as follows. It is therefore our instructions that our client has been instructed by Colonel Makua, whose email address was provided therein, not to transfer the funds either to the bank accounts as nominated by either of you. Our client await clarification. Our client await clarification has been received in this regard from any of the reporting and or investigating authorities.
Paragraph number 3 balea ka tsela yona eo wa kere ba re jwale rena re ile ra laetswa ke yena Colonel Makua ka email address number yake gore rena re ska ba ra tšhelete le go banka tsona tšewe di tla ba leng lena le re diše go tsona ke re sa emetše gore ba kgone gore tlhatlhela tsaba yona yake re sa emetše botlhatse mo tabeng yona yeke le reporto le ka go sadiwa dinyakišišo go tswa go ba bangwe.
Do you understand the contents of paragraph 3, sir?
Le kwešišitše se ke se badileng gana mo paragraph 3. Yes.
And understanding that that is what paragraph 3 says, you've testified that now you're in possession of both passports of accused 1 and 2, which suggests that they've traveled on various days. Can you perhaps assist this court as to when exactly did they travel? Do you have exact dates on their travel?
Le tlhalositše gore le tshwere di-passport tša ba babedi ba gonanelwa ke mo leng gore mo di-passportong tše ke tlhalosa gabotse gore batho ba ile ba tswa maeto ba ile ba tswa maeto a ne
specific date.
I don't have a specific date. And then ba ku hlaya yona paragraph number 3 le hlaya go timhaka ta ku va dzweriwini hi vanhu va kwele kumbe xani va vutirha kwele ku va ri Colonel Makua u te loko ku ri timali teto ti nga si tiyisiwa kumbe ku yisiwa ka akhawunti yin'wana yihi kumbe yihi ka ha endliwa vulavisisi ha lava ku hundza kumbe ku twisisa laya na laya loko va kulukumba va ha endla vulavisisi a hlahlamusela timhaka ta ku loko swi ta ka mhaka ya ku vanhu lavambirhi va nga va tikumi va huma ahandle ka tiko leri ra hina kumbe ahandle ka tiko ra hina va vhakela matiko man'wana swa ku hi rini a ni swi tivi.
The instructions I obtained from the accused just a moment ago is that the accused person did travel outside the Republic after receipt of this document, and that investigations will assist you in that regard.
Bari botlhatsi bo ke bo kgweditseng go yena mosexual wa bobedi ke buisana le yena gana mo ba ile ba etela ka ntle ka naga tsa ka ntle ka morago ga ba seno go tsa pampiri yone eke ge ntse le tswela pele le dira dinyakišišo le tlo ikgwetša taba le no comment.
And in light
ba ku sweswo swa ku ka ndzhaku ka loko va kumi phepha leriwani va ve va tikuma va ri vanhu lava va endzelaka matiko man'wana a ni na ntiyiso a ni na nhlamulo na swona.
And that despite the wording of paragraph 3 clearly dealing with investigating authorities, notwithstanding that travel, they still returned to the Republic of South Africa, despite knowing about this matter.
le ge ntse ba tseba taba tsone tse ke tsa gore ba nyakishishiwa and ba nyakishisha ke batho ba bagolo ba ile ba yetela naga tsa ka ntle ba fetsa ba boya ntse go le jwalo ba botseba botlhatsi bona boke
ba kana comment ga se
no comment. And then a hlamusela timhaka ta ku nambe va kha va swi tiva ku ri vanhu lava va lavisisiwa ku ya hi vumbhoni lebyi hlamuseriwaka eka paragraph number 3 bavi va ya handle va vhakela matiko mambe kambe va tlhe va vuya va kha va swi tiva ku vona va lavisisiwa and va lavisisiwa va kulukumba.
You testified that an amount of 900,000 was allegedly paid by accused number 2 to one of her clients in the execution of her duties. No, apologies, Oshibai. I'm just confused by the way they are seated. You testified that an amount of 900,000 was paid by accused number 1 to one of her clients. If I'm not mistaken, you refer to them as the Masha family. Am I correct?
File botlhatsi ba gore mosexo wa mathomo o ile a patela o mongwe wa batho ba gage e leng a patela 900,000 rates he ke sa phoshi le rile ba Masha
o jalo o shipe ke information ke go tswa family ya ga Masha.
That is correct. That is the information that I got from Masha's family. And then aku uzi uhlamusela timhaka ta ku loyi muhehli wa wo sungula ku na mali leyi a nga hakela va ka Masha yi nga 900,000 rand ivi aku i ntiyiso i vumbhoni lebyi ni nga byi kuma kusuka ka ndyangu wa ka Masha.
And you also testified that the Matavata family was paid allegedly 500,000. Am I correct?
Na pele wa fetsa wa tlhalosa gore ba Matavata bona ba patetse 500,000 rands. Ke nnete.
O jalo ma shipe information ke go tswa la pele la Matavata.
Correct. That is the information that I got from Matavata's family. And then inti utlwe uhlamusela kore ba ka Matavata o ba hakele 500,000 rands. Ebi aku hi swona hi leswi ni nga swi byeriwa hi va ka Matavata.
In light of that, do you have any information or any evidence to assist this court in terms of when more or less were these payments made in relation to the date of the alleged offense?
Then una le botlhatsi mohlomongwe bo ka thushang kgoro eke ba go tlhalosa go botlhatsi la gore go ba go shupa go ba go bontsha gore ditšhelete tse di patetswe neng kudu re lebeletse le gore molato o diretseng.
Ke na go tlhatsi se fela malapa a mabedi ka moka ba nkuitse gore ba receive payment ya bona ka December 2021.
I'm not certain about that, but these two families told me that they got their monies around December to January, or in between December and January 2024. And then ako anantiyiso wa swona sweswo kambe mindyangu leyi mimbirhi yi byeri ku mali ta vona va tikomi kwalaya ka vo December ku ya ka January 2024.
How far are you with your investigations in this matter, sir?
Litakai ka dinyekisho ntate.
That's what disclose before court.
Can't disclose before the honorable court. And this court kusijela hubo kunda kwi la sisitwami.
Put differently, have you investigated this claim that they've received payment? Have you perhaps done the 205 of their bank statement to confirm if there's any payment that they received, as alleged?
Barjwali, lilela dira dinyekisho na here tla go di patelo tsena tse ba bolelang ka tsona mohlomongwe la di le ngwalelela la go khopela gore le kgone go tsenela ka ra di banka tsa bona go gontsisha gore ka ne di tšhelete ba ikgweditše
Ba se ka fihla mo ka re la pala ga Masha ka palela go go tsena account number ba re sebile difference go tswa gona la pala Matavata ke
Emanyana, I did not do that because Masha's family they told me that they were unable to give me the account details or account number in which they received the said money from. Tabata's family told me last month that they received this money. All along I was not aware that they got this money. And then ako baka masha banjwele kuri abakoti kukuma account number le banga kuma mali le one le mali le ingangena ka yona, and then baka mathabata ba kunjwela ngothi le ngahunda ko ba kuma imali, so understand nkarhi lo kwapo.
So is it your position that at the time in which the matter came to court, the state was aware of some payments that had been received by both families?
Barjwale kana go molato o ita court ke botlhatsi ba lena ba gore ba mmusho ba botšhitšhisi be ba ntse ba tseba ka ditšhelete tsone tšewe le reng ba le ba patetšwe.
I
don't understand the question.
Is it your position, based on your testimony that you just gave today, that the state, as far as the 17th of August is concerned, was aware through you of some payment that were allegedly made to both families?
But usually, ke botlhatsi ba lena na bo le bofang le pele di 17 tsa go ba ka di 17 tsa August a ka ba mmusho ba botšhitšhisi bentse ba tseba ka taba tsa gore hona le malapa a patetšweng go ya ka se lena le ba boditšhitšisi.
By 17th of August, which year?
2026, on inception of this matter before court.
Yes.
But the 17th of August 2026, tšatši le molato o thomileng ka lona ana ke botlhatsi ba lena ba gore ba mmusho ba botšhitšhisi bentse ba tseba gore go na le malapa a leng gore a patetšwe ditšhelete tša bona go ya ka mokgwa lena le boditšeng ba botšhitšhisi.
ke nna go neteja seo le nna ga ke na bonete ja ba kgwetse tšhelete ke mo sentse ke dire dikgopelo tša section 205.
Okay, I'm not quite certain about that, and I'm also not sure about that. It's only now that I have to make an application in terms of section 204 or 205, and then leswaku ba botšhitšhisi a ba swi tiva ku ri mina ku na timali leti nga hakeriwa mindyangu yo karhi, sweswo a na vutivi na swona. Xin'wana na mina swa ku impela vanhu lava va hakeriwi timali ta vona naswona a na ntiyiso na swona, hi kona sweswiwani ni nga ta endla xikombelo xa ku ni kota ku kuma mpfumelelo wa ku nghena andzeni ka tibanka ta vona.
Sir, would you agree then that in as much as that is an allegation that comes from the family, the state, or put differently, despite not having the evidence to support what you are saying, and I accept that you still need to investigate, have you told the NPA or the state in this matter with respect to those allegations that were averred by both families in terms of these potential payments that they received? And I ask this question in view of the allegation of the total loss that was averred on the draft charge sheet. Have you had an opportunity to discuss that amount, at least with the NPA?
Okay. Napili.
Your Worship, I don't understand the question.
Then you must repeat it.
Why?
If you do not understand.
Why I don't understand it, Your Worship, it's this. The reasons are that the charge sheet is clear that monies were transferred from the estate to Mercedes-Benz. The minute funds left the estate bank account, as per the charge sheet, that's actual prejudice.
Yes, but what is your question to What is that you don't understand? I want him to repeat.
The issue, Your Worship, is that my colleague expects the state witness to respond to what I can refer to as a highly academic issue, because this is actual prejudice the minute the account left, the money left the estate bank account. Whether accused number 1 at the later stage compensated the victims or not does not take away the fact that she paid Mercedes-Benz Vonderboom 1,750,000 rands without the authorization, without permission, to put it in simple terms, of these heirs or beneficiaries of these 2 estates, as the court pleases.
xivutiso xa dota a ni ri xi twisisi kahle hi mhaka ku hi swi hlamuseli kahle ku ri laya ka nandluya ku ri a swi nga ri na mhaka ku ri mali liya ivi a va hakela yona ndzhaku kumbe njhani loko yi za yi huma eka akhawunti ya n'winyi wa kumbe ya mufi kumbe ya lava a va fanele va yi kumaka vadyi va ndzhaka ivi yi ya yisiwa eka Mercedes-Benz, sweswo hi swoxe i nandzu, swi nga ri na mhaka ku ri u vuya yi tlherisela ndzhaku kumbe njhani.
And Your Worship, further to that, it is testimony of the state on record currently that 1,750,000 rands is still in the custody of Mercedes-Benz. If my learned colleague is asking this question, it should be taken into account the fact that Mercedes-Benz still has 1,750,000 rands, which does not belong to Mercedes-Benz, but belongs to the deceased estate. What would Mercedes-Benz do with that 1,750,000 rands? Because it's money that was taken off the estate. I'm trying to be careful not to answer on behalf of this witness, Your Worship, but I'm trying to indicate that this it's something that may be raised perhaps in argument, so that we can ventilate it from both sides. As the court pleases.
Meta swi hleketa ku mali liya hi nga vulavula hi yona yi nga 1,750,000 rands yi le ka Mercedes-Benz, yi le kwele a yi le ka munhu mali yona liya. Se leswi ni ringetaku ku swi hlamusela lan'wana i ku leswi a swi vutisaku i swilo leswi a ta swi vulavula eka ndzhaku loko se vumbirhi bya hina hi ta va hi kha hi vulavula ku ri nandzu loyiwani swi hi vona njhani kahlekahle loko hi ya kwele makumu.
Perhaps remember both you and the defense in the state that this is a bail application for which the guilty or innocence of the accused is not in question. The issue is the accused liberty, which has been deprived now in view of the fact that the 2 of them are in custody. That is Section 12 of the Constitution of the Republic. So the witness also, who is before court, he indicated that there are allegations of some payments or whatever, which he still is still, as per the investigation, will do a Section 205 investigation. So as of now, we could not even ascertain whether there is any payment or not. That is per the answers that he gave before this court.
That's correct. So that's correct.
Perhaps the court is bringing this to the picture in view of the fact that we are not to discharge the honors of the guilty or otherwise of the witnesses. It is whether the accused should be considered for bail or not.
Correct, Your Worship.
Thank you.
I was just trying to be careful not to answer on behalf of this witness when I raised it in that way.
Thank you. You can proceed with your question.
Your Worship, is it perhaps for the record necessary that I respond to the issues that were raised by my colleague, or just proceed with the witness?
What is on record? Can you repeat yourself?
No, the issues that he was raising, that the funds are still sitting at Mercedes-Benz, I just thought I should place the following. We are not in dispute on that. If perhaps you can allow me to expand on why I was asking the witness this aspect. It has nothing to do with the guilt or the innocence of the parties. The aspect of the money, the principle of commixtio, which I believe my colleague is aware of, well established in law, will deal with that. At this certain point I wanted to make regarding this information. And it was merely the aspect of whether or not that which just came out now from his evidence was related to the state. That's all. I needed just to know that.
Okay.
Because he's the one who led evidence to the effect that some payments were made. So I just wanted to confirm if he has relayed that information to the state. And I also considered that he still has to do a 205. All I just wanted to know was whether or not he has brought that to the attention of the state on exception.
I think as per his answers, he indicated that these were issues that were not yet clarified, and he intended to verify it as he does the 205 statement, so that if he has to give an answer, he will be able to give such an answer with certainty. But as of now, he said there were issues of that nature.
Yes, I concede that, Worship, but my question was merely on simple basis whether he relayed that to the state. That was all, the allegation that he has received only. But for the sake of progress, Your Worship, we may...
You may proceed.
Yes. Mr. Tobejane, let's deal now with the crux of why you believe that accused number 1 and 2, if released on bail, will potentially commit further offenses. I put it to you that prior to the arrest, we can agree that, let's deal with the 17th of August 2026. Prior to the first appearance on this matter, both accused 1 and 2 have never been arrested on any other matter, and therefore there is no history or propensity that can be demonstrated that previously they committed offenses. What do you base your argument that there is a possibility of them committing further offenses? Is there something that motivates what you are saying?
Lapile ba re a re tle mo go tabeng ya gore mosection wa mathomo lo bobedi le re ha ka lokolwa ka bail ba ka lokolwa ka bail ke batho ba gore ba ka dira melato e mengwe ba le ka kwa ntle ka bail a re tle ka taba ye ya di 17 August 2026 ye le boletseng ana motho ba boletse gore go tlhalositswe gore ba gona le botlhatsi ba go bontsha gore batho ba babedi a gone melato e mengwe le gore ba sa itsamaela a gone botlhatsi ba go bontsha gore batho ba nkile ba ba le melato jwale lena taba tse le di bolela le ditse ya kae goba le ke thegile kang ka taba le o di bolelang kana motho ya gore ge ba ka lokolwa ka bail kgonagalo e gona ya gore ba ka dira melato
in my worship, waka profiling yaka, case number 2, ukila aswara before, ukila before aswara.
According to my profile, accused number 1,
so
accused number 2 was once arrested. He was once arrested. He once committed an offense. Then kuya hi bulabisisi bya mina kumbe lebyi byo lavisisa munhu la ya hina nguta ku na u tshami a endla mnandzu na ku ya hi nawu, and then loko na languta la ya swa hlamusela kumbe swi tsariwini ku ri loko ri mehliwa wa vumbirhi u ze a endla nandzu a khomiwa.
And do you have any information as to what transpired to this alleged offense?
Then lena le botlhatsi ba gore go diragetseng ka molato o feletse kae?
Molato it
was withdrawn, it was an assault. Nandulu ababe ba wa sola afro nandu o bamu.
Do you have any evidence that suggests that besides this offense which was withdrawn, there are any other matters that accused is facing?
Ba re jwale ka ntle ga molato ona o nkile wa phumula lena le botlhatse ba go bontsha gore una le melato e mengwe. No, I don't have. Handle ka nandulo one unga suriwa ni hava vumbhoni byin'wana byo komba ku una milandzu yin'wana.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that a degree of violence was displayed in the commission of this so-called the current charges that they are facing, that there was any violence allegedly during the commission of this offense?
Ba re jwale gona mo melatsong e ba pharwang ka yona le kgono le na le botlhatsi ba go bontsha gore ge wa dira melatso yona yeke go ile ga šomišiwa taba tsela tša dintwa goba gona maatla goba gona o puša motho o mongwe botlhoko. Don't have such evidence. And then anna vumbhoni byo komba ku loko ku endliwa milandzu leyiwani va nga va va tirhisi matimba kumbe wona madzolonga.
Do you have any evidence that suggests that accused number 2, considering that you say in his profile that he was arrested before, that he ever violated his bail conditions there?
Jwale le na le botlhatsi ba go bontsha gore mosekišiwa wa bobedi ka gore le re nkile a tshwarwa a kere ba go bontsha gore yena nkile a se tlhomphe melao ya bail.
Or not?
I don't have such evidence because I don't even know whether he was released on bail or not. And then anna vumbhoni va swona sweswo swa ku loko a ka nandzulo ya kumxani va nga va ku va tema ka nandzulo ya ku ri u chuchiwe bail kumbe a nga chuchiwangi bail swa ku a nga va a ri munhu loyi a nga tlula milawu ya bail.
Do you have any evidence that either accused 1 or 2 ever violated any conditions imposed upon them by a court of law?
Jwale le na le botlhatsi ba go tlhatsela gore bobedi ba sekišiwa bana ba khinkile ba tshela melao ye ba tla ba filweng ke kgoro e tseng.
Nka se be le botlhatsi jo ka gore a ke tsebe le gore kgoro e fo ba fikile ya ba fa o ta go ba eng.
I won't know about that because I don't even know as to whether there's a certain court which ones gave them a certain conditions. Ni nge swi tivi mina sweswo hi mhaka ku a ndzi ni swi tiva ku ku na huvo leyi kumbexani siku rin'wanyani kwini yi nga va nyika swipimelo leswi vona va nga swi tlula va nga swi landzeli.
Do you have any evidence at all before you that suggests that either accused 1 or 2 has previously undermined the objectives and the proper functioning of the bail system?
And then le na le botlhatsi ba go tlhatsela gore ba sekišiwa ba babedi mohlomongwe ba ile ba nyata tshepedišo ya melao ya bail. Go na le mo nkile la really dia di-profiling tša lena la hwetša ba re ba babedi ba ile ba batho ba leng gore ba nyaditše tshepedišo goba gona o se ba emele melao ya yona bail. Go na le mo le na le botlhatsi ba selo. Ba re le a bošišo re ra gore ba re le na le botlhatsi ba go bontšha gore ba babedi tšatši le lengwe kae mafaseng ba ile ba batho ba leng gore a senke goba ba ile ba nyata tshepedišo goba melao ya bail.
My worship, bail ya fa motho ba mo tshwereng. So ga ke ke boletse gore a case number 1 a se ke ba mo tshwara, case number 2 ba mo tshwara one, so ka se valete bail ba se ke ba go tshwara.
Your worship, as I've already indicated that only a person who's been arrested can be granted bail. So as I've already indicated that accused number 1 was never arrested, accused number 2 was arrested once.
So what makes you think that, and I'm inviting you to comment if you can, if you can't it's okay, what makes you submit that I mean, based on all the answers that you've just given, there is no history of any evasion of trial by accused number 1. There's no history of undermining the bail system I mean, all the elements that are required to be satisfied, which she alleges, there's no history of them. What makes you believe that all of a sudden, if she's released, these kind of things will occur?
Ba jwale ka gore lena a lena botlhatse ba go bontsha gore motho ke motho le gore a ka ha ka lukula ka bail a ka tshaba ke motho le gore ha a ka se ba mele melao ya bail jwale ke eng se se dirang gore lena ga re ga se ba ka baka le lona ba le thome le be le kgopolo ya gore ga ka lukula ka bail a ka tshaba
mayoshi to ka ke boletse ke re a bona go ka hutsa bail ba se ke ba go swara that is why go sna history because a se ke ba go swara.
Worshippers have already indicated that there's no way in which we can have such information of bail because she was never arrested. That is why we don't have it.
Accused number 1 had submitted in her affidavit or the testimony before this court that if she was to be granted bail, she proposes to provide you with what you call a live location on a WhatsApp at any point in time.
If you so require her. What's your comment to that?
Napile museksho amathom wile a rabulela mole a ifa botlhatse go ba ka tsela ya affidavit a riena o ikemisheditse gore wena a ka go fa a go ba go tsibisha gore yena o kaina o manning se le re se butsang gore ke yona live location ya WhatsApp ra gore o gone mmona motho gore nane jwale o kae wena o re ka taba tšeo
ba ke dumela le sewe ka re ga paletse ko se dira ka ra go hlano ba fitela mante a Sharpo police station.
I do not agree with that because she failed to brought herself from
17 August.
From 17 August.
Compete location ya go ka bothoma 17 I mean 14 August that is wara case number 2.
Requested her live location, or I requested her location from the 14th of August when I arrested accused number 2. She refused to give me her location until Monday when I arrested her. And then, session fumelana sona swaku yena uta endla timhaka leti ta ku ankomba ku ri yena u le ika nkarhi n'wana na n'wana leswi swa ti WhatsApp swi swo komba ku munhu u le kwihi sweswiwani nkarhi muni a ku sweswi a ni pfumelana swona hi mhaka ku u tsandzeki ku swi endla hi ti 14 ta August loko ni n'wi byela ku ri ni byeli ku wena u le kwihi a ala na ntiyiso ya ku yena u le kwihi ku fikisela ni ta n'wi khoma hi Mvhulu hi ti 17 ta August.
Your Worship, I've noted that accused number 1 is trying to reach out for my attention. May I approach her?
Yes.
Based on what you are saying is your position regarding the issues of the WhatsApps that she allegedly refused to share location with you, my instructions are that, as already dealt with earlier on, arrangements were made by her legal team, which she already testified upon during her submission of a bail affidavit, that at the end of the day, you arrested her on the basis of that particular arrangement, which she honored to bring herself as per the proposal that was forwarded to you, and she actually availed herself at the police station on Monday morning for you to arrest her. There was no need for any of that to be shared because in any event, she availed herself to you.
Napile ba tlhalosa gore taba ye wena o reng o ganne go botsa gore yena o kae go ba yona go sharela yona live location ya WhatsApp ba re jwale ye we a isale taba ye le gore re ka re ke taba go mo tabeng ke ka gore ebe a shetse a boletse le wena a boletse taba ya gore ke tlo ke tlisha ka Mantaha and a feletsa a ke tlisitse ka Mantaha jwale ye ya gore wena o tsebe gore mo kae be isa le bohlokwa ka re be shetse go boletswe gore motho o tlo ke tlisha ba bo shetse una le kwano ya gore motho o tlo ke tlisha
a senke ka ba le kwano le na gore a tlishe police station nka be ke dio kwano le ne ke tlo re a ye nearest police station. That is why we are ship we are close into our WhatsApp gore o look at representative accused number 1.
I never had any agreement with her. If ever I had one, I would have told her to go to the nearest police station. That is why you, referring to the attorney, you sent me the WhatsApp informing me that you are the legal representative for accused number 1.
Just to clarify, you say
My officials or colleagues are the ones who
reached out to you for purpose of that arrangement, which was provided to you in writing, not me personally.
And then ako look yena antabani nguzeli kure afambi aya report a police station yelo kusuhi himaka ku mina anibanga nantwana na yena ene hikwalaho ka ku wena gqwetha ra wena ubuheta ungumela na WhatsApp ivi akulungisa sweswo rumeliwa ngemina WhatsApp ya le rumeliwe hi vatirhi na mina.
So because you have brought that issue to the attention of this court, the question then is, notwithstanding your resistance to the aspect of WhatsApp, are you disputing that when such communication was made to you, which there's nothing in law, by the way, to make that kind of arrangement with the officer to hand over a suspect, are you saying that when that proposal was placed to your office, you still faced resistance to apprehend accused number 1? Are you saying that she never came based on that particular arrangement that was then made?
Then Barry, lere banning lina le ganetsana le dira batho tja WhatsApp wa ke. Then ka hore yena lena le sa ganetsana le sa re motho o ganne go tshwara le re hore yena motho o ile a ba yena ke tlisang di office tja lena. O ya ka mpo go kwanetse nka gona.
I don't
understand the question.
Stop it, I'm saying in light of the fact that you are referring to this aspect that she failed to give you a WhatsApp, and our instructions are that notwithstanding what you allege that she failed at the time when there was no court order that she must do so, she in any event made means through her attorneys to inform you that she's going to hand herself over, and indeed, true to that arrangement, she brought herself over to you.
But as well, Mr. Tobejan, le baning yena le baning yena ke nnete ka le baning ke nnete go ganne gore go le botsa gore yena o kae o mo kae ya ka le baning ga gapeletse ke selo go le botsa gore mo kae ya ka then yena a ke yena o le ba yena a ke o ile a feletsa a dira dipoledišano le memedi wa gage a bolela le lena ba le tsebiša gore motho o tlo ke police station and a fetša a ke police station.
Yes, we have to police station.
Yes, she brought herself in police station. And then ako uyena munye angatikisa a police station na hambi ba kusho sungula wena Mr. Tobejan phela munhu loyi a swi nga bohi ku ri a ku byela ku u le kwihi mara na hambi swi tetano ubi a byela gqwetha ra yena ku ri vulavula na Mr. Tobejan nda tikisa a police station and ubi a endla ta.
In her testimony, she proposed that she signs once a week at a police station and to always notify you for the 8 hours prior to leaving Polokwane if and when there is a need. What is your comment to that?
Jwale mo le affidavit ya gagwe o re le nna ke ikemišeditše gore nka signa ga tee mo bekeng le ke itswa mo Polokwane nka go tsebisha ke tswa ka ntle a province yona eo ya Polokwane wena o reng ka taba
a ke jubile se ka ke o bile bothata gore ke mo swara case number 1.
I don't agree to that arrangement because it was difficult for me to arrest accused number 1 or to effect an arrest on accused number 1. And then akwanipfumelana na swona sweswo emhaka ku ivinkinga leyikulu eka mina ku ni khoma muhliwa wo sungula.
Mr. Tobajana,
How was it difficult when you just considered that notwithstanding whatever could have transpired on the 14th, the communication was received by yourself, by a legal representation, from a legal representation, that they will hand it up to your authority, which was done. What was difficult there? Because the undertaking that was made to your office, and which there was nothing wrong with that undertaking, is things that are done in practice on a daily basis. What was so difficult? In her affidavit, she testified that she traveled to the police station on her own volition to hand herself over to you.
Ba le founela goba ba boledishana le lena ba le tsebisha gore motho o tlo ke tlisha ba le gore motho le ka nnete o ile a ke tlisha a boyena kwa police station jwale ke eng ye le gore ile ya ba boima gore le re le ra tlhakana le boima re tla go taba tsa go motshwara ke
ke thomile go mona ka Friday then I am putting my station. I want to put a station. This came out of my own. I have a station. I'm putting after 5 minutes. The sun is side.
The Maniana started looking for her starting from Friday, and because she's even said she will come to police station. The rest she was lying to me. She told me that she was in Zanin. After 5 minutes, she said now she's in Sunnyside.
Or official amputa or another police station we measure orders as a police station as a police station
until she told me that she won't come to the police station since her legal advisor told her that she must not go to police station, she must just go home. And then nisungule kungilaba kusuka ewabuhlanu munhu wathi loko anihembela kwetahlangana a police station evi anidzwela kuri loko seni uya police station anidzwela kuri seni le Tzaneen jiki ni le Sunnyside loko se aya mahlweni anidzwela kuri gqwetha ra yena ri ri famba kwalano nga yi police station yana kaya.
Okay, but Mr. Tobajan, are we in agreement that regardless of any other issues that you may raise, the bottom line is that
accused number 1 brought herself to you? Are we at least in agreement on that aspect?
Marjole, go sne taba gore o ka ba go tseneng go diragetseng taba golo gore mosexual mathomo o ditlishitse mafelong. That is correct. Ha fumelelana gore ngaba ko umeleli yini kwendle ki yini kambe amahetelelweni mahliwa wo sungula yena munye angatiyisa a police station.
And the fact
and the fact that the issues of the WhatsApp location, which she denies that there was such an understanding, will, in the event that bail is granted, will be now a court order that she must do so.
Ba jwale taba tsone tse buetsa di WhatsApp tse leng go ganetsana le tsona fela ga di jwalo di ka diwa tsa batlaelo ya goro rata gore a le tsebishe gore o mo kae.
A ke jwale ka jiro ke re o pa le tshingolo jiro before sa monyaka.
What prevented her from doing that before, by the time when I was still looking for her? And then inchini lexi nga musivela ku axiendla karhiwa na mulapa.
Mr. Tobajan, let's stick to, if we agree a certain point to be our common point that she brought herself, that is a fact that won't change. A proposal at this moment in time is that this honorable court grants an order in the event that court finds in a favor and release their own bail, that the court makes it an order of court that she provides you with that location, not that it be an arrangement between the two of you, that it be an order of court such that if she does not do so, she will be obviously in contempt of court and an application will be made to cancel a bail.
Ba jwale Mr. Thoyana ke re dumelana gore motho o ditlisitse tela tsa kwa morago a re ne bothata le tsona fela ga le jwalo re bolela taba ya gore ge kgoro e ka re e dumellana le kgopelo ya gage ya bail ya fetša ya be ya melao ya bail ya ba taelo ya kgoro yewe ya WhatsApp ya gore tlo le tsebisha ka tsona di WhatsApp tsona tšeo fela e se taba ya gore ke kwano ya lena le yena e magareng ga lena go sene molao fela e no ba taelo ya kgoro le reng ka taba tsona tšeo ba re jwale ya ba taelo ya kgoro ge kgoro e ka re e lebeletse ya bona gore motho o loketswe ka gore ka lokolwa ka pele.
Yes, ge gore ka molokolwa ka pele nna still ga ke tshepe gore o tlo dira ntho e because o paletse go e dira before ke se se tlo mo gape tsara dire ntho.
Yes, if ever the court feels that she's the best candidate to be released on bail and put such conditions, I don't believe that she will adhere to those bail conditions because what prevented her from doing that before and then ebi ako mina annankinga nako singendleka ngo yikuhe umuntu loyi angafanelwa ku achuchiwa hiyona bail ihle ibeka na swipimelo sweswo kambe antshembi ku swipimelo sweswo u ta swi landzela hi mhaka ku i ncini lexi nga n'wi sindzisa ku ri a swi landzela kumbe a swi endla le masungulweni.
Mr. Tojan, those issues I believe we will deal with them in argument. We have exhausted this point. My instructions from accused number 2, based on your testimony that one of his brothers allegedly called Colonel Makua, my instructions are that in his family and with respect to his direct siblings, there exists no police officer, as per what you testified, that one of his brothers, who is allegedly an officer, contacted Colonel Makua. What's your comment to that?
Napile ba re ge ile mosexwa wedi mo tabeng ela ya gore le re gona le motho a fonitseng Colonel Makua ene motho wa gona e ka ba ile le phodisa jwale a re nna mo baneng ba geshu ba batho ba ka a gona go ba bo butiaka a gona motho ka reng le phodisa ha gona wa le phodisa ka kwa nna le reng ka tabeng
ga senke ka go le polisa ga senke ka motho a fonne o re ke putua motho o re o tsebise ka gore ke putua wa case number 2 ga se ka ke le polisa ga se ke ka putua ga motho a tsebise ka gona ga tsebise go kenela.
I never said that person is a police officer. I said that the person who made the phone call introduced himself as the brother to accused number 2 when he was introducing himself to Colonel Makua. Anzangi nukumuntu luya ipolisa mina nipe munhu luya angafona ute ibhoti wa muhlo wa mumbili loko atitivisa ka yena Colonel Makua.
My instructions are, and this is with respect to what allegedly that person might have told Colonel, and in the event that Colonel will talk about it, we'll deal with it also with him, that for the record, accused number 2 has no brother who's a police officer.
Bari, re le botsa gore ge le ena mosekishwa wa bobedi ga ne buti e leng gore ke le phodisa taba tse botsa gore ba bolela ka re to di bolela ge ena Colonel Ike mara fela tse tsa gore o na le buti ya le phodisa no comment leswo una boti wa phorisa a swona kambe ku ri a va vulavula yini munhu loyi loko a fona hi ta swi vulavula hi xivutalo loko hi vulavula na yena Colonel Makua a na hlamula sweswo.
My instructions are further that the accused number 2 has never contacted Colonel Makua and that a mere investigation of the phone records of Colonel Makua and that of his own number specifically regarding contact will clarify this as you investigate the matter.
And then yena mo hloa go mbira mina ntse tshama abanzangi ni yo mosebetsi wa bobedi a re nna senke ke founele Colonel Makua ba Colonel Makua di-record tsa phone yaka tsa number yaka ge go di le tswela pele le dira dinyakišišo di tlo ntlhatsela Karabo.
I cannot comment on same
No comment. Makua will come and testify to that effect. And then aku leswaku yena angazangi abulabulana yena Colonel Makua swaku the phone number ya yena lokukoleni wabulavisisi yitamfakazela aku aniswi Makua utata labulela yena.
I accept that you are unable to comment on his behalf. The question was based on the fact that you invited this by referring to conversations that allegedly occurred between him and accused number 2.
Ke a kwishisha gore le ka no sebele karabo fela ke lena le ipileditseng taba tseki la re go ile ga ba le dipoledisano magareng ga Colonel le yena mosexual beti.
Mr. Tawajani,
I would like for us to deal with certain issues that we raised regarding
your opinions on the affordability of accused number 2 and also a third party that is not before this court. I simply wish to ask some few questions regarding your qualifications. What qualifications do you hold?
Napile ba jwale ke nyako le butsa diputso tse mmalwa ga re tla go taba tsela tsa gore ana mosexual wedi a ka kgona go fitla kae le o le wa boraro le gore ha bona ga nna gore bolela ka yena. So ke nyako le butsa putso ya gore a kwa sekolong lena le tshwere dipampiri goba di-certificate goba di-degree o fitla kae qualification tse ba dumela le tsona.
National Diploma in Policing.
National Diploma in Policing.
And when did you obtain this qualification, sir?
Le kgoditse neng?
2017.
2017. Mina nina yona National Diploma in Policing. Pepperoni ya kwele na policing diploma ya kona ni kumi 2017.
Do you by any chance have complete copies at this stage of applications that were made to the bank by accused number 2 and or the third party that you were referring to?
Ba re jwale le na le di-copies tse leng gore di na le tsa ena mosexual mopedi le o le bolelang ka ena o leng gore ha bona ge ba dira dikgopelo tsa bona gana kwa bankeng ba re na le tsona.
Ga re na le tsona ke mmereko wa asset forfeiture ba sa botse tsa bona kwa FSC.
We don't have them. That is the duty of asset forfeiture. They've sent the report to FIC. They are still awaiting for the report. And then, ako aina umboni bya swona sweswo nakona a hitirwa hina intirho wala va ya va tekela ku vanhu nhundzu loko vo ka va nga kumi va yi kumile hi ndlela yo ka yi nga ri ya nawu. Bile se va endli tirhipoto ta vona se va rhumerini varhumeli van'wani va vakulukumba lava endlaka vulavisisi eka mhaka yona yaleyo va ngo i FIC.
Do you have any experience in banking?
Nina le botseberi tla go taba tsa go dibanka. I don't understand.
Have you ever worked in banking industry?
Ba re nkile la shuma kwa bankeng.
Asinge ke bereke mo.
No, zange a ndzi tshama ni tirha kwele a bank mina. Swa tibanka ni swi tiya na vutivi na swona.
You don't have any experience in banking. Your qualifications is national diploma in policing and you have never worked at the bank, on what basis do you comment, if you don't even have the documents that you allege that AFU will still deal with them, that either the third party or this accused person will not have been able to afford those applications since we don't have any documents before you at this moment?
I object to the question.
Yes.
Your Worship, this witness is a police official. He has a diploma in policing. He has the correct qualifications to be where he is right now. So, as for experience in banking, and I struggle to understand the relevance. Because he's a police official, he's got qualifications in policing. So perhaps my learned colleague can clarify that particular issue.
Worship, I'm happy to assist the state in understanding where the question comes from.
Yes.
The state's witness is offered testimony on areas where he holds no expertise. And I just wanted to check from him, because he alleged that banks have granted certain applications, and it is very clear that when one makes an application to the bank is the better suited to determine what is before them at that time. So I wanted to determine if firstly he's got any evidence before him, and he has already answered that the AFU will deal with that, and if he himself has got any experience in that area. That's all, Your Worship. I'll deal with these issues in argument. I merely just wanted to establish, because when the state was leading him, the state did not deal with his qualifications. It merely just asked him when he started to be a police officer. So these issues were not dealt with. And sometimes, Your Worship, it happens that a person can be an expert in different spheres of the economy. It's not unusual that one officer could be a police officer. You find that he holds a degree in accounting. He specializes in various issues. I'm merely just trying to establish the qualifications of the witness before court. That's all.
Yes, defense, I wouldn't like to dwell much into that. Safe to say that the evidence which the court has in respect of the accused number 2 in this matter, yes, was on affidavit, and further that in that affidavit it was confirmed that his gross earning or his earning was plus or minus 30,000, and that the witness, although he does not have any clear verified thing, but he indicated that the installment of the vehicle which is alleged that accused number 2 is registered in his name, which is vehicle finance,
yes,
is plus or minus 46,000, and that as per whatever investigation it has, there is no any other source of income. So as to how the affordability assessment is done in the bank, I think that question could be asking much from the witness in this regard, more especially as a policeman. Perhaps we can reserve that for argument, and you can ask relevant questions. That,
yes, Your Worship, but I accept the court's position, but the basis that which this question was posed to the witness was because he testified on aspects that have to do with affordability of 2 as well as a third party. There was nothing wrong in law in us placing this question to understand his qualifications, because we might as well, Your Worship, have found that he is an expert in the area, in as much as currently he might be a police officer. That was the only basis why we asked him that question, actually.
Yes, that's why I said, perhaps you can just overlook that kind of a question, because you may find even the defense does not have that qualification.
No, we don't.
And therefore, if you pursue that question, it may also cause for you to be questioned in that regard. Perhaps let's reserve that for argument at a later stage.
We'll deal with it in argument.
Thank you.
Phorisa kun'wana phorisa una vutivi loko swi ta ka timhaka ta le banking ngopfungopfu loko swi ta ka sweswiya swo va emovha ku ri munhu ku ri a pfumeleriwa ku fanele ku va ku endliwe yini ivi a ngo mina a ni na vutivi bya timhaka teto va ku a xikolweni ku fiki kwihi a ku no va na yona national diploma in policing se va hlamusela timhaka ta ku wena u na diploma in policing a wu tivi nchumu hi timhaka ta bank kambe u ri muhehliwa wa vumbirhi na luya un'wana a nga ri ku kona va nge swi koti ku fikelela ku hakelela xikomente lexi wena u nga xi hlamusela loko a ku na ha hlamula va ku chuchisi va tlakuka va ku hayi loko swi swi ta kwalano hina hi kombela ku alana na xivutiso xexo hi mhaka ku munhu loyiwani u te hi yena phorisa u khomi vumbhoni byo tikomba ku ri swa ku phorisa u swi heli xikolweni se loko hi ta ka timhaka ta tibanki na yini a hi munhu loyi mi nga n'wi vutisaka swo sweswo loko huvo na yena yi ti hlamulela laha yi hlamulaka lavambirhi kumbe hi hlamula lavambirhi yi ku loko yi ta hi mhaka yona yaleyo u mpelampela munhu loyiwani hi ta vula hi ku yena u tibyeli u vuli ku hi yena phorisa la leswi u swi heli xikolweni leswaku phorisa ene leswi a xi vulavula xin'wanyana xi nga endla ku a vulavula timhaka ta ku va nge swi koti ku fikelela installment xona xexo i mhaka ku loko hi ta languta affidavit ya yena muhehliwa wa vumbirhi u tsale ku yena u kuma 30,000 kwalaya ku eka vuma 30,000 se stallment ku ya hi phorisa ri ku i vuma 46 so swi nga va swi ri swilo leswi nga endla ku phorisa ri ku a nge fikeleli kumbe a nge swi koti ku nga hakela mali yona yaleyo se loko a ku ni yisa mahlweni a ku na hlamusela a ku gqwetha a ku mina a no kumbexani mi nga kuma ku munhu loyiwani i phorisa kambe na swa le mabengi loko swi heri xikolweni so a no lava ku tiva kwalano ntsena a ni nga ri yini ivi se huvo yi ku hayi a hi swi tshikisi sweswo hi ku se hi ta fika kule hi ku na wena ni sure ku ri vutivi loko swi ta ka timhaka ta tibangi a wu na byona se wo yisa mahlweni u vutisa swivutiso swin'wana.
Your Worship, I see it's almost 4 o'clock. It's a minute to 4. I was just requested by my colleagues that we don't go beyond 4 o'clock so that they can wrap up their administrative duties of the day. May the court adjourn, Your Worship. May this matter be postponed, my apologies, for tomorrow.
Thank you. Can both the state and defense agree on the date? What is the position?
Your Worship, I'm available to deal with this matter until finality.
You are available?
I'm available in succession dates to deal with this matter until finality.
Thank you. So it should be postponed to tomorrow.
Tomorrow, Your Worship. That's my suggestion.
Accused, you may stand up.
Kumola Homrao, what was the judicial order?
Phela loko se mi vulavula hi nge hi nghenisi a hi boheki ku nghenisa loko ku loko nghenelaniwani mi ta kona loko se mi jisiri ta
Accused, this has been the whole day bail application which we were proceeding with it, and of course bail is agency in nature, and unfortunately we have reached the end of time for today, and therefore this matter has to be postponed to a further date. Both the state and the defense counsel have agreed that this matter be postponed to tomorrow, the 25th of August 2026, for further hearing on this bail application. Both of you will be in custody.
Bakuba ikiwa mbele za mwina mtasibona kwa hivi wana na tulu wana msana mpondo kwa suswali se kituma mfumo karibu ya wiki solenzi se bila wamdo kuisama stela na kuingisela shikomele shona tapili tapamsami stock against.
Is that the role?
Your Worship, that is the role. Safe to say that the state still has two witnesses to lead.
Yes.
And then I was
asked. Will they be available tomorrow?
Correct, so Your Worship, they were even available today, but with a fraction of time, we could not reach to them.
Should they be warned, or you will arrange with them to be in tomorrow? I'll
arrange to them to be available.
Thank you. The said witnesses will be available.
Mr. Court, please.
Yes, Court, please.
Thank you. Court attends.